think
Talk like this one. But you can talk like this one too.
I think I will. I think because I'm moving my hand, so that's yeah. Is the sound up? Yeah.
1, 2, 3. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. One, 1, 2, 3. 1. It's okay.
inimestele meeldib käia siin sellepärast, et saab uisutada. Siseruumis ka talvel, lisaks saab ennast uiskudel välja elada ja siin on alati lõbus seltskond koos, kes hoolib ja aitab.
Kui ma kolisin Tallinnasse, siis ma otsisin trenni, kuhu tulla ja siis Tervi tundus nagu tore koht.
See on selline hea ajaviide, mis on natuke meenutab sporti, aga tegelikult on rohkem nagu fun ja proovida enda nagu võimalusi, et nagu, mis ma teha suudan.
Meil on teretulnud põhimõtteliselt kõik vanused 16+, mehed, naised, igast rahvusest. Meie trend toimub inglise keeles. Me saame aru, et on täiesti normaalne, et kõik arenevad omas tempos, kellelegi ei panda pinget peale. Me oleme alati üksteise suhtes toetavad ja kui kellelgi on mingi mure või midagi, me üritame alati seda lahendada.
Meil ei ole siin nagu tasemeid, et tegelikult kõik saavad olla, kes nad tahavad olla ja suudavad. Et meil ongi plaanis, et treenerid vahetuvad, et kõik saab proovida treeneri kogenud.
Roller derby on ka selline spordiala, kus kõigile on tegemist. Roller derby mängudel siis on inimesed ka, kes näiteks peavad punkte kirja panema.
Seal on vaja väga palju vabatahtlikuid, et meil on isegi lihtsalt sõbrad tuttavad on tihtipeale kaasatud. Põhiline, mis hoiabki koos, on see, et kõik me oleme omamoodi inimesed ja me oleme kõik leidnud endale hea koha siin olla. Et kui saab teha ikkagi kontaktsporti, siis see on rock and roll 8 rattal.
Hello, my name is Dirk Michelsons. I'm one of the co-founders and one of the staff members in football school Meta. We work every day together with 30 very professional colleagues, and every week we train and educate more than 700 football players, boys and girls. And we are located in Riga and Riga district. We started just a grassroots club with kids and youngsters, but in these 14 years we grew as a club, and right now we have teams and training groups from under 4 till the highest division team. And also in year 2011 we started to build a girls football system. Our activity is directed to improve Latvian football system. Of course, our target group is kids, youngsters, and also amateurs, and also their parents, grandparents who are attracted to football. We see that football is not just a game, but also a lifestyle and also a tool where we can educate the next generation of Latvian society. If we speak about our vision, then we want to be the leading football club in Latvia, and also recognized in Europe that we are those who can develop high-ranked football players, not just for Latvian market, but also for abroad clubs. Of course, besides sports results, there are many things what football can give to kids, youngsters and amateurs. And we always see in football the potential educated professionals for our society, for our city, for our country, and also for the world. Of course, to be successful, it's not an easy thing. We think that one of the key factors was that we managed to attract to the club system very good professionals. We are a good team which is working every day side by side and sharing many ideas and or experience. And of course, we also all believe that clubs.
This beautiful city. And I would like to start with giving a great thank you to Lithuanian Sports University and the Lithuanian Union of Sport Federation for hosting us here in this beautiful city. And my name is Lovisa Broms, and I will be your host for this afternoon. And I've also had the opportunity to work as the project manager for the CHAM project for the last 3 years. I'm very happy to be here, and I will guide you through this afternoon. And before we start talking about the topics and giving the official welcomes, I would like to give you a little bit of practical information as well. And I also want to thank all the partners being here today and being with us for this project for these 3 years. It's been an amazing partnership. So I would really like to emphasize that it's a true partnership that has laid the foundation of what we're presenting here today. And for the practical information, it's, of course, we would like to see a very interactive event, both for you joining us here on site. So you're very welcome to ask questions to the presenters, and we will support you in handing the microphone to you if you have questions. We have plenty of time for question and answer sessions connected to the keynote speakers, but also the other speakers. And we also have an interactive element here. So if you're a bit shy, or if you're participating through the live stream, you can go into www.menti.com and you can type your question there. And for doing this, you need to use this code, who's here. And you can log in there and you can ask your questions, and I will see it here. So both you who are participating here and you who are with us in the live stream can interact with us. And it's a really nice element, I think, because we really want to see this as an interactive event. It's very important. And before I will hand over the floor to Stefan, I would just like to show you this quote, because I think this quote here, innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity and not a threat, is sort of a focal point for this project and also for the program this afternoon. So I would like to start with that. With that said, I would like to give a warm welcome to our president, ENGSO's president, Mr. Stefan Berg. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Dear friends, so nice to see you. Lovisa, what an energy you are transmitting to the group directly in this conference. So nice to see that. On behalf of ENGSO, in Nagovel Sports Organization, welcome to this final conference for CHAMP. It's truly fantastic to be in the same room again, interacting, talking, exchanging ideas and comments to each other. For me, it's a physical experience, actually, being together with you again. And it means so much, I think, having a chance to interact physically, doesn't it? I think we have an accumulated need for that group. We meet in times where sport has had a difficult period. The impact due to the pandemic on the sport movement is substantial. We all know that. I also serve Sweden, Secretary General for the Swedish Sports Confederation. I have, as many of you, closely followed the work in our member sport federations, 72 of them, and their 19,000 member clubs. The impact has been substantial. We have a number of clubs who have lost half of their members and half of the leaders. And this goes for many out route to restart, to really different parts of Sweden, different parts in your countries. So in that sense, the conference we have today, discussing on how to approach modern way of working for sport clubs, is so well timed. CHAMP represents a collaboration between 9 partners across Europe. And as a project, it is a perfect example on how ENGSO wants to create a value for our members and for other important stakeholders of sport in Europe. We identify an important development issue. We gather competent organizations and competent people. And that group of people develop new knowledge. They develop some content that we think can contribute to development in European sport. And this is being presented to us and to you, and hopefully many sport stakeholders, the ENGSO member federations, brings it home and implements that in the everyday work of the countries. When this happens, everybody looks at him, you know that. So I will wait for a few seconds, it's okay. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Better? Thanks. The overall theme for ENGSO Champ is give European sports movement innovative tools and education for modernization. And this theme, as I said, is so relevant for the task we are facing together as sports movement in Europe. In the post-pandemic work, where sports clubs has lost leaders, volunteers, and members and athletes, we need to find new ways to reach out, to lead, to organize, to educate our activities. One of the most important legacies, I hope, in the Champ work will be the massive open online course that will be presented today by Lovisa and others. And this, for me, is perhaps the most sustainable aspect of the Champ work, I really hope. And I hope that this online course will be used by, if not hundreds, thousands of sport clubs in Europe, where they sit down and discuss how should we handle the situation we are in? How should we develop our work? How can we get some good, fresh ideas from the outside on how to tackle our future challenges? So in that sense, I have quite high expectations, Lovisa, on the content you and your colleagues will present today. A few words of thank you. Thank you for you being commissioned, for giving great opportunities for us to do this through the European Erasmus Plus program. Thank you to the partners in the project for your dedication, involvement, and your teamwork together with us in making this final conference collective input to all of us during this day. And thank you for the hosts having us here in Lithuania. The program we have today, I think, looks excellent, may I say that? And I have quite high expectations, and I'm sure you will meet them, you and your colleagues. With that, again, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you.
And now I would like to give the word to our Secretary General, Sarah Massini. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Luisa. Thank you very much, Stefan, for opening this. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really, Stefan already said, it's really amazing to be in the same room again after so long time. It is true that in my function as Secretary General, I already started to meet some people, but, to see all, the friends and all the faces connected to ENGSO, again, in the same room, staying together, working on the topic that are relevant for the sport movement, it's so powerful. It's so, exciting, let's say. I'm really happy to be here with you. And even more, I'm happy because this project, in this project, I also was representing OPES, the Italian member. And actually, this project really, and this is what I want to say, I want to repeat what was already said. It was a great project. We really had time to reflect, to build our partnership, to learn, to develop knowledge and competencies during these 3 years. But what I really want to say is that thanks to this project, and this is what really made me feel even more happy to be here with you, is that I think that it's giving us the opportunity to understand what is ENGSO can do for our members and for our, for the sport movement in general, and why basically we are together and we are doing this project together. Because CHAMP actually started at the beginning before the pandemic, and before the pandemic, I remember we were listening, when we were going to our clubs or our federation, they were saying to us, come on, innovation, yeah, super fancy words, but what this innovation is about. And most of all, we have more urgent things to think about it. And we need to have something else. We cannot really spend time on that. But then pandemic came. And during the pandemics, we really realized how much our work internally, everyday work, needs to be more structured, needs to be up to date, needs to change and follow the new waves and the new situation that is happening all around in our countries. And CHAMP, actually, not CHAMP actually did exactly this. So CHAMP was exactly the answer on why innovation is important, what we can do together, and where to start from. The tool that we are going to have, the MOOC that we hope many of the sport clubs are going to follow, really is the starting point. You know, the starting point to help our clubs at grassroots level to reflect what they need, how they can start the change, and how they can start innovating. So I'm really, really glad for the great work that our partners did here. And I'm really glad that this work together really managed to give even more the sense of staying together. We really need Azengso as a platform to provide this kind of experience, to stay together, to support each other, to learn, to empower each other. Because this is the answer that the grassroots sport needs. And this is our job, our responsibility to do it together. So thank you very much, friends, to be here together. And I wish you a pleasant and fruitful work today together, and I hope in the next days. Thank you, Luisa.
Wow. Thank you so very much, Stefan, and thank you, Sarah, for this very nice introducing words to this conference. And yeah, I cannot second you enough how happy I am to actually be here on site, seeing you in the same room, talking to you, being able to look you in the eyes, and also discuss with you around this very important topic that we will do today. So I cannot emphasize enough, and we also had a project meeting yesterday where we talked about the benefits of these kind of projects. So I can also second that we're really happy in ENGSO that we had the opportunity to get funding for this Erasmus Plus project, because it also empowers partnerships across Europe. And it's so strong when we have this evaluations in the project team, and we can discuss what kind of benefits we have in these types of projects. And I will also give you an introduction to the program of the day. So we're already started, as you probably noticed. And then we are going off now into part 1 of this conference. And the title of part 1 of the conference is How to Manage a Modern Sport Club. And in this part of the program, we will focus a lot on the results in the project, and we'll also present the interesting findings that we've been producing throughout the last 3 years. And we will also welcome the first keynote speaker of today, Theodora Pletusu, who will present even more interesting findings from another, or as equally interesting findings from another report on innovation and innovative practices in sport clubs in Europe. And then we will have a coffee break for around 30 minutes. So you will have time to reflect, think about, discuss, and also mingle out here. And then we will start part 2 of this conference around 4:30. And this part, it's a more futuristic part. It's a part where we will talk about innovation and modernization of the sports movement, but also ways forward. As already emphasized by Stefan and Sarah, we will talk about the future, because we don't see this conference as the very end of this project. It's the new beginning, right? So you're all here contributing to this new beginning of how we can actually implement the results of this project out in sports clubs in Europe. So that's the very, very most important part, I would say, and you all will be able to contribute here. And I'm very happy that you're here, but also that we are live streaming the conference, so we will be able to broadcast our findings and also our discussions, but we also open up for discussions on Twitter and YouTube, of course. So we have some digital interaction as well going on the side, in the cloud, out there in the big World Wide Web. And then during part 2, I will present to you the online course, and you will also have the opportunity to test the course. So it's going to be some practical elements during part 2. And of course, you will also be able to discuss what you think about the course, of course, but also how you will bring it out to your organizations, because as mentioned, that's very, very important with today. It's that we want to see it as a new beginning. And then during part 2, we will also welcome keynote speaker number 2, and he will join us digitally through Zoom. We all know Zoom by this day, right? And it's actually quite amazing that we can have this kind of hybrid event as well. So he will join us and talk more about innovation and digitalization in sports. And then finally, we will celebrate this partnership by inviting 3 partners up on the stage, and we will discuss questions like, how will we bring the results out there to sport clubs and so on. So we will have a great discussion to wrap up this day. So that's more or less the program of today. But first, I would like to talk a little bit more about what the project, CHAMP project, is. So I thought, how to do this, and what is a better way than showing a nice timeline? So during 2018, my colleagues at ENGSO made the project application, and then we had the opportunity in January, thanks to the European Commission through the Erasmus Plus program, we had the opportunity to kick off the project. So we started the project back in January 2019. And the first meeting that we had was in a cold Stockholm March, in the beginning of March, where all partners met. And we also discussed the future of the project. So we've been having a really nice collaborative way of producing the content of the project, but also creating the timelines together. Because of course, as in all of these types of projects, you have a proper plan from the beginning. But I cannot emphasize enough that it's really the partners that created the pathway that we then took. And yes, in 2019, we also conducted a background research. And my colleagues, Anne and also Andrea, will talk more about this background research in a couple of minutes. I'm sorry about that. I think I stepped on a cable or something. Anyways, in 2019, because there we are still, we also made data collection and case studies. I think it's working now. Thank you very much. And we made case studies as well. So we went out there asking sport clubs what kind of challenges they're standing in front of, but also collected best practices, best innovative practices. And then in 2020, we produced the 3 reports, which we call the IO 1, 2, and 3 reports. And you're going to get to know much more about them in a couple of minutes, as I mentioned already. And then in 2020 and 2021, we've been working very hard on producing the final product of this project, namely the online course, which you will have very much an opportunity to check out and also discuss during the afternoon. And in 2021, here we are. The partners have arranged great events called multiplier sport events, where they discuss with sport clubs in their country how the findings of the CHAMP project can be used out there in grassroots sport clubs, but also looked forward. So we also have, to this conference, to this very final conference, we bring a lot of knowledge, not only from us partners, but also from sport clubs, because we've had the opportunity to arrange these events out in these different countries. And then, here we are today, in 2021, actually it's happening live. I was thinking for a long time that this event perhaps would be digital, but now we're here, so I'm very happy about that. And I would actually like to start some interaction because I promised a lot, right? I promised some interaction today. And I would like you to take up your phone and go into menti.com and also use the code there. And I will bring up the question. There we are. So, in your opinion, what does innovation mean for a sport club? I would like to hear your opinion about this. And also the live audience, of course. So if you're following the event through YouTube or Facebook, please log into menti.com and share your opinion. Very interesting. Thanks a lot for sharing your insights. I think this is really cool, actually, to have this interaction already. And as you see on this slide, it's also quite interesting to see that development and change are the most most of you think that is actually associated to innovation for sport clubs. And I can, of course, agree with you. But we also have progress as one word. And we also have listening. That's an interesting one. So it's all about what we actually did here, that we go out to sport clubs and ask them, where are you and what do you need? What do you need to be able to change? We also have leadership, flexibility, newness, also an important word, attracting people. Yeah, we have a lot of interesting insights here. Thank you very much for sharing. And I will also share this slide. When we send out the presentations to you, I can also send this slide because I think it's very, very interesting to see. Okay, so I'm soon finished with introducing the general aim and so on of the CHAM project. But I really want to emphasize what Stefan also talked about, namely the main aim. So the main aim of this project is to give the sports movement innovative tools and education for modernization. Also, we want to offer them fresh insights of current trends and solutions for physical activity promotion. So everything we talk about today is very much circling around this very important aim. So I want you to have that with you when you think about what is presented and discussed later on today. And we also know, so I also want to talk a little bit about the reasons why this project started from the very beginning. Why was this project application even submitted to the European Commission? It is because we see that we see trends in society. I think all of you also are aware of this. We see trends as digitalization, globalization, and also individualization. And all these trends it leads to change in society. And what my colleagues at ENGSO, when they wrote this project, really saw was that the sports movement needs to follow. They need to change and adapt in relation to these trends in society. So I really want to press that as well. And these trends also, they're very important, of course. And it's important to know about these trends, but it's also, as you wrote here, on shared, some of you shared, it's so very important to listen to sport clubs. How do they find these changes and developments in society? How is their picture of these developments? So I think that's it's an important part mentioning now in the beginning as well. It's that we want to support grassroots sport clubs in order to change and find new ways of finding everyday solutions. Because another finding that we have in this project is that innovation it could be a tricky term, actually. Innovation is often seen as something that needs to be very expensive or high-tech or timely or so on. But what we really learned in these 3 years is that it doesn't need to be. Innovation is just finding new approaches, new ways, or just doing something that you normally do in a little different way. That can also be innovation. So I really want to send that with you as well when you listen to the coming speeches, is that that's a very important finding in this project. And now, I would actually like to hand over to the first colleague of mine, Anne Schumacher from IXPE. You will present the findings from the intellectual output 1 and 3. You're very, very welcome, and the floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lovisa. And I have to say it one more time, I'm really happy to be here. It's actually my first business travel after 1.5 years. And I joined the project team a bit later, so I knew everyone just from the screen, and it's finally really cool to meet you now. As Lovisa said already, I will present the results of the first and the third intellectual output of our group work. And the first intellectual output, take this one. Do I have to switch it on or? Yeah. That was too fast. The first intellectual output had the aim to deliver some important working definitions that we agreed upon as a group, and to find some background research information that we can use later on for the project. So therefore, we conducted a literature analysis and a needs analysis on the topic of the modernization of sport organizations, mainly to answer the following 2 questions. The first one was, why do we need modernization? And the second one is, how do we deal with the challenges? The second question will be answered by my colleague Andrea later in the second intellectual output. And the first one is mainly the focus of the first intellectual output of the project. Then to continue, the third intellectual output is about innovative offers outside the field of traditional sports, such as the private fitness industry, meaning personal trainings or gymnastic studios, from other sport businesses such as shoe companies, or from non-sporting settings such as the hotel industry. And therefore we conducted good practice examples that Lovisa mentioned already, in order to see if we can learn from the successes of such companies, because this was the major aim of the third intellectual output. But starting with the first intellectual output and some important working definitions for our project team. We define sport as all forms of organized and competitive physical activities. Physical activities here means that it includes all movements that raise the heart rate. And the competitive element here in the definition means that there have to be competitive elements, but it doesn't need to mean that all your athletes that partake in sport activities need to partake in competitions too. It could also mean that they are in competitions with themselves, or that there are competitive elements without giving medals to anyone, just in the sport activity that they perform. And then lastly, the organized part of the definition of sport means that there need to be some sort of institutionalization, meaning it needs to be clearly defined who is responsible for what, where is the activity taking place, and then the most important thing, what is the intended outcome? So do I do the sport activity to increase the fitness level, or is my main outcome that I want to have a social and inclusive environment for the participants? Then next, and I think Lovisa explained that already very good, modernization or innovation. We defined this as new, innovative, and effective ways of managing organizations. New in this case means that there needs to be a novel method for the sport club, and it doesn't mean that it needs to be a new product or a new service. It could also mean like doing what you always did, but in a different way, in a new way. And innovative here, in this context, means that you include some sort of creativity in everything that you plan and everything that you do. It means you are sort of ahead of everything else. It means more than just be modern. And then effective in this way means that all activities, everything that you do, should contribute to a higher goal, which could be, for example, attracting new members. Yeah, and then you might recall that the M, the abbreviation M, the letter in the CHAMP, stands for modernization. But in the process, throughout the project, we decided that innovation fits the project better because, as Lovisa explained already, it's a bit more, and it doesn't need to be expensive. It just needs to be innovative in a way. And we thought that modernization is also often associated with something that exists, and it needs to be up to date. But innovative means you are ahead of being up to date. So for the background research, and I didn't present all the results here, but we can actually conclude that there is a need of also for sport organizations to adapt and adopt new ways of thinking, because we, the sport movement, wants to continue to be an integral feature of the European sporting landscape. Because, as you can imagine, there are a lot of other sectors, a lot of gyms, private sport clubs that are in competition with the organized sport movement. And this competition probably has gotten bigger over the past few years. And that's why it might really make sense to take a look at other organizations outside of the sport sector and to look at their ingredients for success. And actually, this is the reason or the base for the third intellectual output, innovative offers outside the field of traditional sports. The idea behind this is that private companies, they need customers. We don't need customers, we need members, for example. But you can compare it. So private companies need loyal customers for their floating business, and we, the sport movement, needs a stable or better, a growing number of participants to exist. So we can ask ourselves if or how could businesses outside the sports sector serve as an example for our organized sport movement. And the base of all that is analysis. So business analysis models are tools that can assist a company or an organization in understanding the organizational environment and thereby to enhance their strategic approach and their success. I'm going now to present 3 different kinds of models for analysis that are often used in sectors outside the sport movement, but they can also be used by sport clubs. The first one is the PESTEL model, which is a framework that analyzes the external environment in which the business or the sport club is operating or wants to operate. And basically, it's an evaluation of external forces that might influence the outcome of the business. Yeah, it assumes that those external forces, they have the capacity to influence the ability to produce value. And the business itself or the organization cannot really control this environment, but awareness helps to be prepared for the challenges or for the opportunities to react to those factors, actually. And as you can imagine, PESTEL is an abbreviation. It describes the different parts that could be analyzed. And here PESTEL, the P stands for political, the E for economic, then social, technological, legal, and environmental. The next business analysis model is the Porter's 5 forces, and this model assumes that there are 5 different kinds of forces, external forces, that actually shape the competitiveness of your sporting environment or of any environment of any form. So the first force would be competitive rivalry. It means that there are other organizations that maybe have similar offers as you have, and they are in competition with yourself. So you have to find something that actually makes you better, that makes you a better organization that the customer can then choose. A threat of new entry is something a bit similar, I'd say. It means that it could be that you are a really successful organization and that other organizations, they come into your area of businesses, they use your strategies, and then they are maybe as good as your own organization. So there is a need to improve all the time because others, they can copy what you are doing and they can be as successful as you are or even more successful. And then the third and fourth forces, supplier power and buyer power, they sort of belong together. And it basically means that if there are a lot of suppliers, for example, they are in competition with each other. So one sport club offering a certain sport discipline and then another sport club offering the same discipline, and they are sort of fighting for getting members, right? So the competition is quite high, the competition for the best offer, the best quality, maybe the cheapest price. But it could also be the other way around, like enhancing buyer power, meaning that there are a lot of participants or a lot of customers and they all want the same. So there's a lot of buyer power. And this means actually that the supplier can actually choose and has more opportunities, can be more flexible, can demand higher prices, for example. So this is also an influence, a force that actually determines the market. And then the last one, the fifth force, is the threat of substitution. It means that something more innovative, something maybe better, up to date, comes into the market, enters the market, and replaces yourself. Then the last model is the SWOT analysis, which is, I think, maybe the most popular one. It basically describes everything within your own organization, and SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Now, in the center of all that, of getting customers, of getting members, stands loyalty. And this model was developed by the project team together. And we actually defined or evaluated 5 different forces that have a direct impact on the loyalty. I'm going to present them now step by step. So the first factor that actually has a direct impact on loyalty is the competitor advantage. It means you have to consider the economic context of the environment in which you are operating in or in which you want to operate, and ask yourself if everything that you demand, if it's really affordable for your target group. And then the second one, which is sort of easy or clear for the sport movement, define your unique selling point. I think the unique selling point of all sport club activities is that they can create a form of unit of the members that hardly any other organization can create, so a feeling of belongingness. And this is the unique selling point of sport and of sport clubs. So this should be used as a competitor advantage over, for example, like the private fitness sector. And then the last one, gamification. We all love games and little challenges, and this could be used as an advantage as well because it attracts a lot of people and a lot of new members maybe. Then the second force that has a direct impact on loyalty is satisfaction. So you definitely need to adapt to the needs of your target group. This could be, for example, analyzing the demographics of your target group or having a closer look at the accessibility of all the facilities that you are operating in. It could also mean that you have to check like if your offers, if they meet the cultural appropriateness of where you are operating in. And then the second point, you have to modernize your services and increase the consumer convenience through new age technology, such as apps for paying. Because we know from other sectors, it's so popular, it's so easy to just use your mobile phone or just use any kind of card. And usually in sport clubs, they are a bit behind that concerning technology because there are not really many positions that get paid for that, or you don't know how to train or who's actually training the staff in using such technologies. But this is a really important aspect and factor because the other industries, the other branches of other industries, they are far in front of us, I think, in front of the sport movement, and we need to keep that pace and go in the same direction, I think. And then the last one, follow social trends and adapt your services according to consumer needs. And I think COVID-19 has shown us that this is really important as well. A lot of people, they like homeworks, like home workouts, and a lot of people hate it. But I think even after COVID-19, it's important that you really focus on analyzing if your members do love it, then you can still offer it, because it's so easy. You know, if you work from home, you can work out from home if you like. Setting up a live stream, it's not that hard, and you can maybe attract new members or make members stay in your organization. And then another factor that has a direct impact on the loyalty is the perceived quality of all your activities that you offer. It's really important that you align with the national policies and with the government strategies, because this is already existing and this is accepted by members. So it's not useful for yourself to go against the grain, just go with them. Then second, build long-term relationships with your consumers, because ideally you accompany each and every consumer or each and every member of the sport club throughout their whole lifespan. So you have the opportunity you offer the opportunity for them to partake in physical activities at a really young age, then throughout the lifespan and at a really old age as well. Yeah, then the last one, stay innovative, keep the products up to date, design new ones, and really important, give the impression that you work really hard to keep the product and services to the highest quality and up to date, because it shows your members, it shows the customer that you are really into it, that you are interested, and that you do a lot to please them. And then, sorry? Oh, no, I didn't skip one, okay. Then the brand image. The image of the organization also impacts on the loyalty, because a strong brand is usually associated with positive feelings. It means that all messages that you transport should be positive ones, yeah? And you increase your credibility through ethical and sustainable business decisions. This could be, for example, that you partake in programs or that you change something within your organization to be more sustainable. And lastly, nurture your staff and promote employee satisfaction as the core of your business approach, because happy staff members, they are sort of the best advertisement tool for your own organization. And then the last force that impacts on the loyalty is the communication. So it's really important to utilize the technology to obtain data relating to your market behavior and to the consumer trends. So it means you have to know your target, you have to know what you are dealing with. And the second and last point is that you should use digital marketing and social media to increase your brand awareness, and also to create some engagement on online platforms. So make your consumers, customers, make your members share what you are actually producing as content. Now it's the conclusion already. I think all this underlines that the target, and no matter if it's a consumer from another sector or if it's a member from a sport organization, they are the most important, or a very important, maybe the most important thing that you have to consider in all your activities, because this is in the end what defines your club and what defines your success as well. Yeah, thank you very much. So this was the result of the first and the third intellectual output. And we decided that we might do a little Q&A after both sessions. So because maybe Andrea, she will answer the questions that you have right now, if you have any. And I'll hand over to my colleague Andrea. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. So I will present intellectual output number 2 of the CHAMP project, and it's innovative offers in sports. And my name is Andrea Davidsson, and I'm from the Swedish Sport Confederation. And it was Sweden who was leading this part of the project. I came in a bit later, so it was my colleague Sofia Kärrgård who were writing this report that I will present for you today. And I will start just saying a few words about the data collection that we did. And it was collected by the project partners. So it's data from 7 countries. And I think it was 430 different sport clubs who was in the collection. And we had the same questionnaire, but different method in this. We had online service, telephone interviews, and workshops. So that's different from the different countries. But the questionnaire was about the challenge of sport clubs as well as the possible solutions of this challenge. And I will focus on the challenge in this presentation. And then we can say that the online course is how we meet the challenge, how we will help the club meet the challenge. So it's more about that when we talk about the online course. And we could see 7 different themes in the data collection in 2 main areas, so people and operations. And I will say some few words in every theme. But first, I would say that we were a bit surprised that even if we are different countries with different way of organizing sports, the challenges is very much the same. And the other thing is that when we talk to sport clubs, and they say that innovation, as we define it in this project, it's very important, and they see a lot of challenges, but it's not that many clubs who has a strategy or a plan for meeting this. So if we go to the first theme, professionalization and management, we can see that many clubs lack professional staff, and volunteers in the clubs has a lack of competence and experience needed to manage the club. And it results in a short-term mindset in the club. They solve problems as they go with little time left to think of long-term solutions, strategies, or innovative ideas for the future. And this combined, we can say that it leads to stagnation of new and innovative ideas. And when we look at the challenges in volunteers, the lack of volunteers plays a huge part in club ability to offer activities. The club lack time and resources to attract, train, and retrain volunteers. And the challenge of recruiting volunteers results in difficulties managing the task that must be done in the club. And this area is a shared major concern for all partners. Volunteers are the heart of many sport clubs. Even large and somewhat professionalized sport clubs are depending on volunteers in many aspects. And combined with the sport club's concern regarding the number of volunteers, it is surprising to see that not more clubs putting this on top of the priority list and the agendas. When we go to community, social aspects, and democracy, I will first go back to the definition of a sport club in the project. It's self-governing, voluntary, and not commercialized oriented. And this creates a unique opportunity for sports clubs, both in attracting new members and being able to show benefits beyond physical activities. And if you compare it to the other themes, we can say that they don't describe these areas as a challenge. They describe it as the unique selling point for the sport clubs. But the effect of not describing it as challenge, maybe in the long run, can lead to that they don't meet the need of the challenge, and it can lead to that private businesses will take over. So the social environment is pinpointed as important, but as I said, few clubs seem to have a strategy for this to happen. And if we go over to operations, we have offers and activities. And to attract new members, sport clubs must adapt and implement new services, activities, and offers. They need to be innovative. All partners pinpoint two challenges: the lack of time and money, so resources. The effects of this is fewer options of activities, leading people to seek for other, perhaps private options. And if we go to economy and funding, the cost for sports, trying to attract new target groups and starting new activities, is high, and the general sport clubs does not have this leverage. And the lack of volunteers with the competence and time to seek project or grants leads to less activities, which leads to less volunteers. And this cycle leads to that a sport club is not being able to come up with new ways of doing things. And facilities and availabilities. This is an area where most sport clubs are depending on other actors, mostly municipalities. And this stands in contrast to private actors, mostly hosting and controlling their own facilities. And the challengers in this area differs from bigger cities and countrysides. So in bigger cities, the threshold is availability. Sport club must prioritize target groups and activities, not being able to offer the level of activities to the number of people that they wish that they could. On the countryside, on the other side, the problem is maintenance of facilities. So if the municipality does not care for the facilities, they will fall apart and no longer be suitable for activities. And the last theme, we have communication, both internal and external communication. And if we look at external communication, clubs is having a hard time reaching potential new members. And internal communication is about clubs' management abilities and abilities to recruit volunteers. Of course, the themes go into each other and affect each other as well. But this was a lot about the challenges that the clubs see. And if we look in this report, we also see best practices and how to meet those challenges and how the clubs met them. But I'm not going to talk about this now, but we can say that the online course, How to Manage Modern Sport Clubs, is the project ways of meeting these challenges and helping the clubs on how to meet the challenges. And you can see this is the 5 models of the online course. And you can see the themes coming back in this. So we can say that the online course is built on the result and the data from this part of the project. So both the challenges, but also the best practice and the ways to handle these challenges. And I will finish up with saying a few words about what the process of the data collection contributed to in Sweden. We did workshops and we felt that we wanted to help the club address these challenges, and we did a guide to increase engagement for volunteers and members and good sporting clubs. And it's for those who sit on the board of the sport clubs. It contains knowledge and examples on how you can work with important issues for sport club in a modern society. And we say that this is a little book for big ideas. And it's full of thoughts, concrete examples, and creative ways to lead a sport club in a changed society. And we wanted to inspire the boards and the sport clubs across the sport movement in Sweden to look at their sport club with new eyes. And this is one example from us on how we address the challenges that we saw. And I would like to encourage you to think about what you in your countries can do to meet the challenges who is identified in this report. And one thing, of course, is to advertise and use the online course that you're going to hear more about later today. But are there other things that you can do to meet the challenges and to help the clubs? I will stop there and leave you with that question and open up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne, and thank you, Andrea, a lot. I think that that was actually a good cue by you, Andrea, to actually create a little discussion around the tables. So now it's time for some interaction. Can you please ask your question again? What should I discuss?
Yeah, so I would like you to think about what you can do in your countries to meet these challenges and help the clubs.
So please have a couple of minutes, 3 minutes, discuss around your table about just brainstorm ideas. What can you do to meet these challenges?
inimestele meeldib käia siin.
Hello, my name is Dirk Michelsons. I'm one of the co-founders and one of the staff members in football school Meta. We work every day together with 30 very professional colleagues, and every week we train and educate more than 700 football players, boys and girls. And we are located in Riga and Riga district. We started just a grassroots club with kids and youngsters, but in these 14 years we grew as a club, and right now we have teams and trainings groups from under 4 till the highest division team. And also in year 2011 we started to build a girls football system. Our activity is directed to improve Latvian football system. Of course, our target group is kids, youngsters, and also amateurs, and also their parents, grandparents, who are attracted to football. We see that football is not just a game but also a lifestyle and also a tool where we can educate the next generation of Latvian society. If we speak about our vision, then we want to be the leading football club in Latvia and also recognized in Europe that we are those who can develop high-ranked football players, not just for Latvian market, but also for abroad clubs. Of course, besides sports results, there are many things what football can give to kids, youngsters, and amateurs. And we always see in football the potential educated professionals for our society, for our city, for our country, and also for the world. Of course, to be successful is not an easy thing. We think that one of the key factors was that we managed to attract to the club system very good professionals. We are a good team which is working every day side by side and sharing many ideas and our experience. And of course, we also all believe that clubs' three pillars, that is football, family, and education, are those who can help to develop the system on the field and also off the field. From the first day,
Okay, time to get back to spotlight on me. I am so happy. I am so very happy. You cannot believe how happy I am that I have to interrupt your discussions. I think it's amazing. And I mean, the sound of bubbling talks around the rooms, it makes me amazingly happy. Thank you for having your discussions. And now, of course, we all three are very interested to hear about what you discussed. So I'm going to the Engse Youth table here. Can you summarize a little bit? What did you discuss?
Okay, I will do it. Hello, everyone, and good afternoon for the ones who are there as well. Actually, we discussed that sometimes innovation is a scary word. And a lot of sport clubs, especially the small ones, they still don't know what innovation means. And you come there and say, like, let's do something innovative, and everybody gets scared. Like, no, what? What are we going to do? That's why when we start to do with changes or want to do some modernization in life of the sport clubs, we come and say, let's do something very specific, very small, and this is a first step. And then we can go with the bigger steps and the bigger changes. So that's one of the things we discussed, that the language we use and the language we use when we approach sport clubs should be very simple and understandable. Another thing we discussed is like sometimes innovation is an egg and chicken game. Because as also then you said about the challenges, we definitely see them, me myself, I'm from Lithuania as well, and I definitely see these challenges in the sport clubs, which I am going or representing too. The say that we don't have time, human resources, or money is always there. But at the same time, if you don't have a strategy, how can you get the time, money, and resources? So this egg and chicken game is so important in the sports innovations and the modernization that, again, we were laughing about it a little bit, that you will never know what came first, the egg or chicken. You just go there and say, okay, maybe to help, we can have external consultant or external person or youth board or volunteers or someone who will be willing to continue it, not for, let's say, one time, but 1 time per week, 1 hour per week. And then having 1 hour per week will have a sustainable results of changes. So that's what we managed to talk in 3 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I would say, wow, impressive. And I think I will go back in the room a little bit to see if we have another table, a nice discussion. Perhaps this table here. I think, would you be willing to share a little bit about what you presented or discussed?
In some way, it's the same discussion as the last table that just spoke about what innovation is and what it means so much for the sport clubs. But it's also the global trends. What was the last part that we were discussing, or you stopped us before that? But the global trends with the youth that is really need. They want flexibility and here and now, and as the last table said, that it's all about taking small steps, and you really have to jump into river and just follow. You can't stop that global trend. You have to realize that you can't run a sport club as you did before. So you have to adjust to the global trends. And one global trend is to be flexible and try to have a organization that can offer the activities right here and now. And that also means a different kind of leadership.
Thank you very much. I think this gave me a very, very good taste of your discussions. Thank you very much, everyone. And now I actually would like to open up the floor for questions around the findings that we just presented, that I presented, and also Anne and also Andrea. Are there any questions from the audience that you would like to ask us about the findings that we just presented? And of course, I can remind you that you can still also log into www.menti.com and ask your questions through the website there if you like. And yeah, Ugne, please.
Thank you very much for the presentations. You mentioned that you had 430 clubs answering the surveys or interviews and etc. And I'm just very curious to hear, then you were approaching the sport clubs in different countries. Did you see any trend of sport clubs who deny or say we don't want to answer this survey, or amplifying that they know that there's something not good or not developed enough in their own clubs, and they said like, we wouldn't like to participate, we wouldn't like to answer it, and etc. Was there any cases like that, or was it very open and easy, and people are willing and ready to talk about sports innovations?
Thank you very much for your question. Any volunteers of you? Andrea, what's your take on this?
I wasn't in a project when we did the data collection, so I actually don't know, but we have many of the project partners who were there here today, so maybe you have input in this. Yeah, we have here, so I will leave the microphone to you.
Hello, I'm Linda from Italy, Opes. Yes, I can answer to this question because I was there and I actually took part to the collection of data. And there were some clubs who were they didn't want to take part because they think they had no enough thing to share. So they were ashamed to share their data. But then what we did was explaining the purpose of the project in general and of the survey specifically, and they understood it was very important because we would have created something according to the exact needs and their context. So their contribution was even more relevant, and so it was very, very important to take part. But definitely we experience that in our collection. Yeah.
I can only add that I think some of them are not open to innovation in general, they don't realize that how it is important. I didn't introduce myself. Filipa from Portugal, sorry. And this is also a bad aspect, because if they are not open for that, they don't see such interest in share information. But we have also good examples and clubs that are interested and also want to share more than what is in the project with us. So the multipliers events was very good to collect this information.
Any other questions?
Hello from my side as well. My name is Mate. I'm working with Engse Youth. I had a question, as even within the small discussion here we had about innovation, we already had different understandings of what it is. And you had the whole intellectual output on creating definitions of different terms. I'm really curious to see, was there a lot of diversity in the answers, and then how did you manage to summarize, if yes, regarding the different views, and were there some trends on from the regional diversity of understanding of different concepts?
Thank you very much. Anne, would you like to respond to this one?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. So basically, how we came to the definition was not via a survey. It was more or less an open group discussion, and we actually discussed it yesterday again. What the difference between modernization and innovation is, and also I think it's important to consider what people think when they hear the word. And modernization implies, I think, or we think that something is existing and you just modernize it, and there's somehow a strategic way how you modernize it. But if you use the word innovation, there's not a strategic way to be innovative. It means you can go like this all the time and then come to a conclusion or come to a result. So this is basically the result of an open discussion. So I can't say how different people think actually, because it was not part of a survey or anything. Yeah. Did it answer your question? Yeah? Okay, thank you.
I think if there's one more question, we can approach that one. Otherwise, we'll move forward with the program. Okay. You will have plenty of time discussing amongst each other, but also approaching us partners, of course, in the fika break or the coffee break, and also during the next coming days. So I would really like to emphasize that please approach us partners in the project and ask us questions if you have them, because this is why we're here, really. And we're happy to answer all your questions. Yes? Yes, good idea. Very good idea. So please, all partners, stand up. And give them a hand, please. So as you see, we have plenty of partners here around you, and we will also, in the discussions in part 2 of the program, place the partners at each table. So you will have the opportunity to talk to them more. And I would also like to take the opportunity to market the full reports, because they're online. So we have 3 reports, IO 1, 2, and 3. And they're actually, if you scan this QR code, which is here, you will reach the website of the project. And far down on this website, you can click and download the PDFs. So we didn't print anything because we like to be sustainable. And so you have the PDFs down on this site. So I would really encourage you to log into the website and read the reports, because there's a lot of interesting findings. Okay, so now it's actually time to move forward in the program. And I would like to introduce the first keynote speaker of today. And Theodora Platusu is a senior researcher and consultant at KEA European Affairs. And the topic that Theodora works with are often cross-cut by the concepts of innovation, sustainability, and the digital shift. And she is also a decent swimmer and a diver at her free time. So please, Theodora, the floor is yours.
Is this work? Okay, it's working, I think. Yeah, great. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very pleased to be here today with you, and thanks a lot for the interesting presentations earlier. I do have some approaches on the various concepts that have been mentioned before, just from a slightly different approach. So I'm very happy to really share these insights with you. Now, I'm trying to put this here, but it's okay. No problem. I will keep it. Yeah. Okay, great. So first, I will just introduce myself. So as mentioned, I'm Theodora Pletosu. I'm a senior consultant and researcher at KEA European Affairs, which is a consultancy and research center based in Brussels, specialized in various policy fields such as culture and sport. So we work with a high variety of clients, so to speak, amongst which the European institutions, but also member states at regional level, also various forms of government, and also with private organizations in these fields of culture and sport. We do research, we do also strategic advising at various levels of government, and we also mount various European projects, such as from Erasmus to Horizon and to Creative Europe. So what I'm about to present here today stems less, let's say, from the organized structure of sports or the organized clubs and federation, but also moves a bit beyond this and goes into the realm of ad hoc sport practice, so really something that defines a closer to home environment. And if we go to the next slide, I think this, okay, no. Yeah. So what I'm about to present here today stems from the findings of a study that was commissioned by the European Commission earlier in 2020, and that we researched for and move forward with this task. So the name of the study is Mapping of Innovative Practices in the EU to Promote Sport Outside Traditional Structures, which is a very long name, I know, but I will just explain to you right away what it is about. So just to give you a short context of this study and what the Commission wanted to find out from this, is that earlier, again in 2020, the European Commission launched what was called as the Preparatory Action on Grassroots Sport Programs and Infrastructure Innovation, which basically wanted to give the opportunity to various sport organizations across Europe to develop and implement innovative practices around sport and make them known and promoted at EU level. So the European Commission received a lot of various interesting innovative practices from a wide plethora of organizations of sport. And they awarded 5 projects which they considered the most innovative. One was actually from the Netherlands, one from Germany, one from Austria, and one from Bulgaria, and one from Spain. Which were also included in the study as good practices to what innovation might mean and how innovation might stem in the context of sport practice. So within this context of the preparatory action, the Commission was very much interested in how, let's say, what are the trends, the innovative trends within sport practices, and how are various sport organizations across Europe coping with these trends, adapting to these trends, and innovating in the sense that creating projects and initiatives at various local, regional, and national level. So the study that we were commissioned to do basically took the shape of a mapping. So we mapped various practices from each member state to sort of extend to what we consider as being innovative, and I will come back to that right away. And through this mapping, basically, we provided a wider understanding of how sport practice is evolving, how, again, the sport organizations are adapting to this evolution, to this so-called innovation perspective, and also we analyzed key characteristics of these initiatives that drive innovation. Just a few words about the methodological endeavor that we took upon. just for you to better understand how we looked at innovation and from what perspectives we took. So here, well, I did a couple of main, let's say, moments into our research journey. So we started with a scoping phase with an extensive literature review on innovation in sport, and also with some scoping interviews with key sport stakeholders, mainly at EU level, who basically presented us a bit of their insights on how, again, sport clubs, but also organizations outside of this structure of sport were faring in terms of dealing with innovation. Then we developed a conceptual framework, which is basically which is the basis of our work and the basis of defining innovation and moving forward and guiding the data collection process. So here in the conceptual framework, we'll look at 4 pillars. The first one, and these I will explain to you right away. The first one is looks at the key contextual elements that create a conducive field for innovation, a conducive context for innovation. The second are basically the key drivers of innovation, so what do we consider as being really drivers to innovation. The third one is really the defining elements of innovation, so how we can basically separate an innovative practice from a rather wide plethora of other practices connected to optimization, problem solving, solution solving, in order to basically understand how innovation appears. And the fourth pillar was to guide a bit the structure of and characteristic of what we call a sport practice, which can be any type of initiative in the sport movement created by any type of organization, which could be determined as being innovative. Then we moved to the data collection, and here what we did is a survey to all the EU 27 ministries of sport, looking to find out whether they are aware of innovative practices in their own country, but also we did additional desk research and additional interviews to cope with several gappings in the data collection that we encountered for. Then we out of these survey, we basically created a case study. So a selection of case studies of 27 innovative case studies, each one of them from each member state, in order to showcase them in the report as examples who can maybe inspire other organizations to go and develop similar practices in their own community. And then, of course, there is analysis in the final report that we put forward to the European Commission. Also, we have put forward some recommendations to the various sports movement and organizations on how to deal with the certain aspects that we identified in the report and how to arrive to a sort of an innovative concept within their own practice. So this is also something that you can consult within the final report. Okay, so for the conceptual framework, here I wanted to move a bit into really answer this question from our perspective. What is innovation? How do we define innovation? And moreover, how does innovation in sport practice emerge? Because we all know here, and we already discussed a bit about this, that the concept of innovation is very difficult to pinpoint, to define what could it be innovative compared to some other practices which are novel or, again, optimized and so on and so forth. So for this, what we did is we started with the context. So the context that the contextual elements that we defined within this realm of innovation stems really from the very general practices, very, let's say, current to the capitalistic society that we live in. So if we go and talk and go back to the sport practices and we think in terms of how sport is perceived or has been traditionally perceived, also from a structural perspective on sport, we know that sport has been traditionally associated with a competitional dimension, which has also been mentioned here today. So when we talk about the sport pyramid, we go from the basis, from the grassroots. Youngsters are learning to practice sport, are entering some competitions, are evolving and possibly towards a career in sport and so on. So within the structure of sport, we're mostly always think about in terms of competition dimension. However, during the past years, we also learned that these practices have moved gradually outside of these structured institutions of sport and more closer to our own, let's say, daily environment. So why do people practice sport nowadays? How do they acquire the sport practice into their own, let's say, environment? They do it because they want to stay in shape. They want to stay fit. They want to have better health and well-being. They also can do it because of sustainable issues, because of climate change, because they want to counteract pollution and all these kind of fossil fuel, let's say, economy. So basically, they ride a bike rather than go at work with the car. So all these practices are really defining what's changing today with this sport nowadays. So these are moving again, as I mentioned, gradually outside of the traditional structure of. When I say traditional, again, I'm referring to this structured pyramidal and organization of sport as we know it. So this is, again, as I mentioned, is very well connected with this wide palette of motivational elements to engage in sport and physical activity. So this aspect has been somewhere else referred to as the contextualization of sport practices, which is basically referred to this growing mismatch between the offer of sport clubs and the federations versus the demand of public nowadays. What were they demanding is sort of changing towards a different kind of perception of what sport clubs have to offer. So within this context, again, and the third one was, as I mentioned, our current such societal challenges. And here, as we saw, COVID-19 has made it even more, let's say, straightforward in this term that people are doing and starting doing physical activity in sports nowadays, really outside of this traditional sports structure, also for tackling some of the biggest challenges nowadays, such as health, with COVID, well-being, because we were all these months into confinement, again, societal changes as sustainability and so on and so forth. So within this context, which is, I think, common to all societies, economic societies nowadays, not only in Europe, but also abroad, beyond Europe, we looked at some specific drivers that could basically define and then make innovation appear within this context that I just mentioned. So one of the first driver is the public policy approach. So what we noticed is that in terms of having innovative practices, we really need to look at public policy from a different approach. What does it mean? Again, sport as such doesn't have to be looked through the lens, only through the lens of competition or of very structured organization, but it has to be also regarded through the its specificity as a cross-sectoral activity. So when I say cross-sectoral, I mean that sport can have a various contribution to wider policy areas, which are very important also at EU level, at national level, and at regional and local levels, such as, again, health and well-being, social cohesion, social inclusion. We also talk about sport as a very important economic element, which creates jobs, which creates better, let's say, living conditions for people. We talk about sport in terms of, and this is very important, territorial regeneration. So, for instance, a region or a community may use sport and physical activity to regenerate their territory, to bring territorial attractiveness for tourism, for instance, into their own region. In terms of, again, active tourism, sport tourism, etc. This is just an example. So all this public policy approaches stems to this condition of sport being at the nexus of various policy aspects, which is very important in terms in order to think about how to conceive innovation only directly linked to sport and competition, but also seeing sport as something that contributes wider to the needs of society and of community nowadays. So this is important, and we'll see later up in terms of partnerships that can be created, very wide palette of public partnerships between private entities, the public authorities, municipalities, businesses, and the public society as well. The second driver that I wanted to share with you today was related to the adaptation and flexibility, also some concepts that have been evoked before. And here what we're thinking about is basically the accessibility of this, let's say, sport practices. So how can a sport-related initiative could be accessible to a wider category of people, not only young people, not only sportive, but also elder generations, adults, or people who basically are more sedentary than others. So how can we bring this closer to people? The idea is to bring sport closer to people from this perspective. Conversely, we talk about incentivization, which is bringing basically people closer to sport. So here we connect these motivational dots that make people practice more and engage in physical activity to the sport practice. We bring them together. And the fourth element, which is a cross-cut, let's say, driver, it's what we have heard as being new technologies or digitalization, which basically is present everywhere nowadays and could cross-cut through all of the other drivers and help reaching somewhere. And third, but not least, is the final defining elements of innovation. So again, how can we identify and separate innovation from other practices? Again, this stems from a definition that we created, so it's our own view of what we can consider innovative, and through this, how we can guide through this process the sport stakeholders to engage in innovative practices without being something very terrifying to know. So the defining elements are three in numbers. Again, the novelty element, which is, of course, embedded in the word innovation itself, so you do have to have a novel element to some point, to some extent. Also, there is a barrier overcoming element. So what are the barriers which these innovative practices want to overcome? Is it linked to engaging people more in physical activity? Is it linked to better health and well-being? Is it linked to connecting, I don't know, your city or your commune somewhere into a more sustainable dimension by using sport and physical activity as a way to drive the community forward? These are the questions that you can think of in terms of barrier overcoming elements. And last but not least is the value creation element. So what do we create when we develop an innovative practice? Why are we doing innovation for? What is the purpose of engaging in innovative practice? This is something to solve a specific problem, and this is obviously bears interest against the background of society's current challenges, from again climate change to less physical activity to health and well-being and so on and so forth. So within the conceptual framework, we kind of this conceptual framework drove a bit our data collection, our analysis, and if I move forward, this is what we call the radiography of the sport practice. So this is something that we came up in order to try and better describe and analyze how sport, let's say properly, a sport initiative, a sport-based initiative, which can be innovative. So first of all, we took a look at infrastructure. So we kind of selected three main types of infrastructure. One which is hard infrastructure or asphalt, one which is water, and one which is nature or green infrastructure. Then, of course, we take a look on the environment. Where does the sport practices occur? Indoor, mostly, outdoor. Also related to the local geography. Is it something of urban relation, of rural relation, or is it something in between, a peripheric type of activity that can happen? And also the wider context. Is it something that happens in school or within a, let's say, an educational element? Is it something that could happen at work? Is it something that could happen during commuting times or during leisure time, as mentioned? And we also looked at a wide variety of socio-demographic aspects from all ages, all types of social economic classes, and all types of works as well. So within this, we collected our case studies, let's say, our data collection, and I will present you briefly all the results and what we were able to understand from this exercise. So as I mentioned, we collected cases from all the 27 EU member states, again, at local, regional, national level, on green, nature, asphalt, or hard surfaces, indoors and outdoors, urban, rural, or peripheral types of practices, during school, work, commuting, or leisure times, and also engaging all these various socioeconomic and demographic categories. As main remarks and general remarks that I want to do from this data collection exercise is, indeed, at this stage nowadays, there is a rather wide diversity of what we can call innovative practices across Europe that are developing across Europe, not only necessarily in clubs, but again, in a wide variety of types of organizations. So again, the innovation is basically on a spectrum. It might be more projects which are more innovative than others, but obviously this is a question of subjectivity and of past experience and how you can report yourself to an innovative practice, let's say. Also, what I've been flagging at the beginning of my presentation is that innovative initiatives occur mostly, as from our knowledge, from our exercise, outside of these acknowledged sport structures. So outside sport federations, sport clubs, and more intimately linked with individual personal environments and lifestyles. So again, people can practice sport and physical activity even by going to their work or by being in a leisure time. So it's really very wide and vast approach to how innovation can be perceived. Also, that doesn't mean that established sport structures like clubs and federations are not innovating. On the contrary, they are currently trying to adapt to these changing practices and are trying to mainly aim to continue to attract people as their members in order to continue to provide their services or newer services in the light of this context. So if we go back at the three elements that, let's say, define innovation, what we let's say, gathered from our research is that the novelty elements were, let's say, more free of them, which are main, let's say, novelty elements. So I will start with the concept of active spaces. And when I say concept of active spaces, something that has been researched before and very much, let's say, publicized into some academia environments. And it's basically, it stems from a multidisciplinary approach to architecture, design, urban landscaping, but also psychology and sociology. And it's related basically to how spaces around us, be them urban, but mostly urban, but also rural, can help you as an individual or as a community be more active. Say you have a certain park next to you, next to your home, for instance, or you have a certain lane that you can ride the bike on, or you can do an active walk, for instance, when on your way to the groceries or this kind of things. So this is really a wide concept of active space, and it's been recently very well adapted into some of the practices, especially in the Netherlands. They're very, let's say, strong on the concept of active spaces there. The second, let's say, novelty element is really about public-private partnerships. What I was saying before, that these practices need a wide, let's say, partnership in terms of engaging different various actors from your community, from municipalities to regional authorities, to the civil society, to businesses, and also academia, and also to bring forward a strategic approach to what we can, let's say, the practice of sport and basically how we can integrate and make more people be more active in our cities, in our communities. This is also related to the quadruple helix model, if you have heard of this term. And now it's the quintuple helix model, whereby this model integrates also sustainability practices, which is very important nowadays also from the perspective of the European policy and European funds, because the European, let's say, New Green Deal is very important and a good, let's say, ways of disbursing funds for sustainability practices, which involve very much the sports sector as such. And of course, the third element is the new technologies and also data collection, mostly big data and analysis, which again is a cross-cutting element, and is used as attractive ways to promote sport, not only for a younger generation, but also for adult generations. And also it's used in terms of data collection analysis to deepen the knowledge on how the various target groups approach sport, how they practice sport, and how they engage basically in physical activity with their bodies, basically. So these are the three novelty elements that we covered. Next, the barrier overcoming elements. So here we distinguish between two types of barrier, internal and external barriers. So obviously external barriers refer to things which are external to us as individual. We'll talk about the lack of sport infrastructure, the lack of appropriate sport offer, or high costs of practicing sport in some communities, or a lack of friendly environment just simply to engage in sport practice. And internal barriers, again, are very much connected to the motivation of individual, but also communities to practice sport and physical activity. And here, again, it's a question of motivation and interest, but also sometimes it's a question of lack of time, which is basically almost the main, let's say, barrier which was put forward by the European Sport Barometer. So the respondents at EU level said that lack of time is really a drawback in going outside and be more active. Also, lack of information about sport practices and infrastructures around us. So people do need information about what is there, how to use them, and how to approach that. The third element, again, coming back to the value creation elements, what is the value that these innovative practices may bring forward? So here we kind of looked at this as in terms of social innovation, because this is very important. This has been deemed to be very important for all the sport practices that we have mapped. The idea of changing something socially or making something in the social community. It's a social inclusion. Here we talk about the inclusion of vulnerable or marginalized groups, such as adults or children or poor children or people with disability or ethnic minorities into the wider community via the practice of sport. Then we talk about social cohesion, also very interesting through an intergenerational perspective as linking younger generation and bring them more closer to elder generation. So a way via sport to integrate the silver generation back into society. This is also something that our research deemed as important and very well put forward in the innovative practices that we found. Also, from a perspective of work, and again, capitalist productivity, we think that it could be interesting to see how sport practices increase productivity at work. Not only productivity, but also the dynamics and the cohesion between teams at work in a work environment. And also something that has been also present in our research, but less than these three elements, is the promotion of active tourism, something that I mentioned before, really using sport into promotion of a territorial attractivity for various communities or regions. So using this as a strategy to promote your region forward for people to come and to increase basically the attractivity of your region there. So these are the three elements that I wanted to disclose to you. Now I'm going to present you some examples from our mapping. Again, since I didn't know exactly the audience and who is in the room, I really handpicked some examples which may or may not be interesting or inspiring for you. But again, to check the entire list of sport practices, you can go back to the report and see in each member state what is the practice that we put forward. So first example comes from Spain, and it's something that is called CuboFit. So here we basically I put forward which are the initiators, the partnership, the scope, and scalability of the project, just in order to see how this can be fared on further on. So here the initiator is a startup which is called CuboFit World SL, and they were based in Granada, Spain, so in the south Spain of the region of Andalusia. But here is a very good example of partnership because they were supported by the regional government of Andalusia, the municipality of Granada, University of Granada, so it's a R&D kind of project, the Chamber of Commerce, and also via the local, let's say, individual entrepreneurs, which in this case were some coaches. The scope was local and regional, but the scalability was really extended to various regions in Spain through a sort of a model of a franchise, where the model was sold and implemented in anywhere else. So what this CuboFit basically is a very mobile and light and self-efficient energetic fitness facility, which can be put and placed everywhere, anywhere, near a beach, in the middle of the rural space, in the middle of the town, for instance, where people, especially young people, could have very close access to it and can basically work out and engage in physical activity without necessarily going to, let's say, fitness clubs or a sport club. So this is really something which engaged in flexibility in order to attract more people to come and practice physical activity there. Then there is the part of coaches who pursue a complete certification, which proves all the multidisciplinary knowledge that is needed to manage this kind of facility as if it was a conventional sport facility. So it's basically an entrepreneur or a small business could open this anywhere in order to engage with the local community and practice sport in this way. And this is also something of interest for the community as to see sport as, let's say, economic element. It brings jobs, it brings economic activity into a community. So this is why this was a very interesting example to give here. The key achievements, as I mentioned, it allows flexibility and a much lower investment than a conventional gym, so it can be placed everywhere with a consequent profitability. So it fosters entrepreneurship and employability and also skills in the youngsters. The next example comes from Estonia, and this is an example mostly initiated by the private sector. And here, this is what is called STEBI, which is a wellness employee management software for companies. And basically, it helps worker to gain access to sport and physical activity through a system of points via an application, which are managed by employers to employees. So they give the possibility to practice sport and physical activity in selected let's say, areas such as gyms, but also sport clubs. And it gives profitability to employees to be more active, to also engage in games in the sport organization, but sorry, in the work organization, but also outside of it in the leisure time, etc. So this application was really scaled, let's say, in the Baltic countries, and has proven very successful one. So it now counts more than 130,000 active users, and more than 1,000 companies, like enterprises, are using it to manage these wellness points. Another example comes from now the Czech Olympic Committee. So we're moving a bit to the traditional, let's say, structures of sport. And here, so it's the Czech Olympic Committee and the lottery company in Czechia, Sazka. And the partnership is, well, again, the Czech Olympic Committee, the Ministry of Education, then also an SME specialized in analysis of data. It's called Sport Analytic, but also the Faculty of Physical Education and Sport, as well as other several commercial media partners. So here, what did they do is that they wanted to make the practice of physical activity more attractive to children in school. So they launched this program, which kind of was different than the normal education, physical education classes that normal governments put forward. And it was a very complex program with 3 components: an Olympic diploma, a versatility badge, and the Paralympic challenge. This is the way that they name it, in order to pinpoint several, let's say, levels where you, as a child, you can grow and you can reach through a very interesting program that helps children engage more in sport and physical activity, but also develops their body in a very good and proactive way. So within this program, what they did was also collected anonymously data on how children are engaging in sport and physical activity, how their body functioned in terms of movements, and how basically they could fare for developing this kind of a better body, a more, let's say, athletic body. And this has been very useful from this perspective of really learning on how children are evolving, on how the body is evolving, and this basically enabled the initiators to improve their practices of sport and their programs for the children. This is something that's still in practice, and for now, I think it's launched for 4 years already, the program. The initiative gathers 100 kids' data and also over 1 million results in terms of big data appliances. And the last one is a research which is ongoing. It comes from the Netherlands, and it's called Vital at 2040. And here is really a research project initiated by the couple of universities in the Netherlands, the Utrecht University, at Eindhoven University of Technology, and the Utrecht University Medical Center. And here they partner with local networks of schools, sport clubs, and welfare organizations in order to understand how to promote physical activity and physical literacy to children which are disadvantaged, coming from let's say, ethnic minorities or really disadvantaged poverty type of environment, in order to bring them closer into society, so to include them in society through sport and physical activity. And on this basis, the Netherlands has already doing some things, especially something that is called Cruyff playgrounds, which is a very specific type of playground which is assembled and put into a peripheral area where also ethnic minorities and most disadvantaged group live, but also very close to neighborhoods which are, let's say, of middle classes. So that basically brings their children together into this very innovative playground where they come to be together and to accept themselves as they are. So they use this kind of concept in order to further understand how to level the accessibility to everybody to sport practice, also combining with digital technology. So again, speaking of gamification, how to introduce this kind of digital applications and work with children in the same way. This is an ongoing project. Unfortunately, we don't know much about the research, so we will know more, I think, next year when the project will be finalized. But it's a very interesting initiative, really working with this concept in a very innovative way. So the idea of the project is to contribute to a vital generation by the year 2040. So by the year when the children now are going to be adults and they will be really learn to develop themselves and take physical activity into their own, let's say, lifestyle change. The conclusion, and this very simple conclusion, there is no universal successful recipe of innovation. It's something that comes on the continuum. There isn't one element of innovation, one element of success, but rather a mix of innovative factors which are working together at the community level. So the community is very important in order to make these innovative practices work for people there. So always think in terms of what this could bring to the community, to the people there, where you're engaging with your. This is something to be innovative for. So innovative practices emerge again when novel elements or approaches are implemented in well-identified strategies, aiming to overcome some barriers, which can be really making people be more active, but also which create values beyond the benefits of being physically active, such as, again, social innovation types of activity, sustainability, or really working with this climate change, and also on the background of COVID-19, thinking about more in terms of health and well-being to people who want to practice more. I also put, I don't have a QR code, but the study is on the European Commission code website, so if you have the presentation, you can access and read and see all the other practices and better understand, let's say, the approach and how we, able to work with this innovative aspect. Thank you very much. And if you have comments or questions, I'm here to take them, and hopefully it was inspiring and useful for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I also have the last slide.
Thank you for a very, very interesting presentation. And I think it's really wonderful to learn the findings of your report and how they complement the findings of the reports that we have in the CHAM project. And I think this is actually really showcasing how we are better learning together. We know better together. So we need to exchange knowledge around these topics to really evolve together. And I think that's quite innovatively, actually. We don't sit in our small boxes, learn in our chamber. We want to interact, and we also want to exchange knowledge, really. So now I would like to open up for questions in the room. I think we shouldn't stand too close together because the mics are not happy.
Interference.
I will go over here. So any questions for Theodora? Yes. Laura, go ahead.
Laura from Estonia/Sweden, I guess. I saw from the study, which is really impressive, and I have actually read it. Which
thank you.
I hope you know that some people actually read it in full as well.
I don't know actually, but it's a
There's
good
one
sign.
here. I saw a lot of examples of partnerships and for-profit and private companies. So I was wondering if you could give some more advice to grassroots sport clubs on how to facilitate more of these kind of partnerships with the private and for-profit companies, because I feel often it's in a very high level standard that it's being operated.
Yeah, indeed, it's a very good question, and there is no, let's say, standard recipe for how to do it. It's always a question of engaging with these various actors, and but actually, most important thing is engaging with the public authority there, which has the let's say, for instance, the municipality or the regional authority, if we talk about a region, which has the power to bring all these elements together into what we can call a cluster. So if we talk about clusters in terms of sport clusters, which are some very good examples at EU level, you'll see that these initiatives come at the end of the day from a sort of a public authority, which is in connection with let's say, the ministry or the regional level, and which brings together all these actors, which are universities, businesses, startups, but also educational communities and sport organizations, in order to create sort of what is called an ecosystem of innovation, which there is where the innovation stems, basically. And they work together in order to engage in overcome barriers or engage in value creation elements. So here it's really a question of engaging first, I think, with some public authority and really start working by ourselves and see who may be, and depending on what you have in mind, what types of projects you have in mind. Would it be something that you can deal with, for instance, from a research and development point of view? If yes, you can go to the university. If yes, university also already work with various businesses in order to test their products and to put them forward and to scale them up. So it's really step-by-step kind of element. This is also something that we do, and we provide, at KA, we provide, let's say, consultancy for this within a wider, sort of different project at European level, where we engage with local communities and businesses in order to understand how they can create something innovative via sports within their local fabric. So it's very important to understand the local fabric first, so the main actors, the stakeholders, and then start little by little to engage with them. So we always, let's say, open the conversation table with lots of various distinctive actors, and we start conversing into the various needs of each and every one of them. So I don't know if it answers your questions, but it gives you a way to approach the problem from the first steps, let's say.
Thank you very much. Any more questions here? Standing too close to you? Yes, Carl. It's great that I can go around with the mic because I can move a little bit. I like that. Carl, go ahead.
Thank you. Carl, Sweden. Question about, have you found any cases of where innovation has been counterproductive for sports club? Because we talk a lot about innovation, but can a club be too innovative in a ways to try and find new members, and in the hunt for new members you might lose the older ones that have been in the club before?
It's a very good question. I don't personally, but I'm sure these exist, because at the end of the day, I think you have to strike a balance between, again, loyalty. I think there was a term that was mentioned before. So your members who are loyal already, and then the new members that you want to attract, not without obliterating the older ones, let's say. So it could be a clash, especially in terms of generational clash. So you want to attract youngs with gamification and everything, but you might, I don't know, overcome the needs of let's say, more adults, or we don't necessarily have this. So this is why some of the projects that we have came across were engaging precisely in bringing those generational, let's say, elements together. So really children and youngsters with more elderly people in terms of, again, working on common projects, on programs in order to make them more active, let's say. So from this perspective, I think a way to bring this balance is to really engage both in the same way. Now, I don't know if this is happening everywhere, because it's really, as you saw, our project has also a sort of evaluation tasks and methods to see what were the results. But lots of them were in the process of really open up to markets, to implementation. And we don't know exactly how they fared, because they're still in the process of ongoing. So this is something that it's very interesting in order, indeed, to look forward and to see how this will fare at the end of the day. Yeah. Thanks for the question.
Hello, my name is Ivana. I say Croatia/Austria. You were saying, mentioning the public spaces and to make them more accessible. But some months ago, I know that for Croatia, the Eurostat statistics showed that we are not fighting only COVID pandemia, also obesity pandemia. So the question here is, whether are we using those innovative approaches and all those great ideas wrong, or is it not spread enough, or is there anyhow a correlation between that?
You mean that you're using what type of knowledge wrong? The type of knowledge that engage with an active space, or?
Yes, for example, for the children, because if it's accessible for people and they should use it.
Yeah. I think it comes. Again, the concept of active space is something that. I don't have time now to develop on this, but it's a highly multidisciplinary concept which has been also researched and talked about in various academia environments. And here the question is not only to look at it from one perspective, the perspective of, let's say, urban planning or really design of the streets and then all the places, the spaces around us, but also from a communicational perspective, a sociological perspective, whereby you have to also to promote and also to integrate these types of developments into a sort of an educational program or a communication program to understand why this is important and why it could be used and engaged with by other members of the community. So I think it's a multidisciplinary approach on a spectrum from this. So again, there isn't any let's say one-size-fits-all type of recipe. It's also a question of really integrating this into the social economic fabric at local level in Croatia, for instance, or in certain communities there. I know it's difficult because this kind of concept has been very successful in the Netherlands, for instance. But in the Netherlands, people have a different type of education in terms of active development than people from the Eastern Europe. I also come from an Eastern Europe country, and I know how it is. So it's really a question of going back to the roots into educational let's say, engagement with children, for instance, to start from a very early age and learn on how to this kind of physical literacy could be developed not only in school but also in the everyday, let's say, spaces. So that would be my take on this.
Great, thank you so much. I see now that the clock is ticking, and
I think I took too much of the time presenting this. Sorry.
Thank you so much. No, you did not at all. I think we all can give Theodora such a great hand, because it was a great presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now we actually finalized. We are about to finalize the first part of this final conference. And as I mentioned at the beginning, this first part was going to be all about presenting the findings of the project, but also sharing knowledge from other reports. And I hope that you, like me, think that we actually did this. So I think I hope you are pleased with the first part of the day, and that you also got a little opportunity to discuss amongst each other. And I hope you will also keep on discussing for the coffee break, because now we're serving coffee out in the foyer, and we will be back here at 4:30. So 4:30, I will meet you all back here again. Thank you very much, everyone.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue. Vilnius is so walkable. I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop. How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination. Hotel. Recalculating routes. You'll reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
inimestele meeldib käia siin sellepärast, et saab uisutada. Siseruumis ka talvel, lisaks saab ennast uiskudel välja elada ja siin on alati lõbus seltskond koos, kes hoolib ja aitab.
And today with a panel where the partners
talks about
how they will bring the online course into their sport clubs and so on. So we will have, so it's, yeah, I think I'm really happy about this.
So this is considered the end of your program.
But I'm actually, yeah, so this is the second part at the end of the program, but I really see this conference as more of a new beginning, because it's now that we need to really reach out with the finding.
Me saame aru, et on täiesti normaalne, et kõik arenevad omas tempos, kellelegi ei panda pinget peale. Me oleme alati üksteise suhtes toetavad ja kui kellelgi on mingi mure või midagi, me üritame alati seda lahendada.
Meil ei ole siin nagu tasemeid, et tegelikult kõik saavad olla, kes nad tahavad olla ja suudavad. Et meil ongi plaanis, et treenerid vahetuvad, et kõik saab proovida treeneri kogemus.
Roller derby on ka selline spordiala, kus kõigile on tegemist. Roller derby mängudel siis on inimesed ka, kes näiteks peavad punkte kirja panema.
Seal on vaja väga palju vabatahtlikuid, et meil on isegi lihtsalt sõbrad tuttavad on tihtipeale kaasatud. Põhiline, mis hoiabki koos, on see, et kõik me oleme omamoodi inimesed ja me oleme kõik leidnud endale hea koha siin olla. Et kui saab teha ikkagi kontaktsporti, siis see on rock'n'roll 8 rattal.
Hello, my name is Dirks Michelsons. I'm one of the co-founders and one of the staff members in football school Meta. We work every day together with 30 very professional colleagues, and every week we train and educate more than 700 football players, boys and girls. And we are located in Riga and Riga district. We started just a grassroots club with kids and youngsters, but in these 14 years we grew as a club, and right now we have teams and training groups from under 4 till the highest division team. And also in year 2011 we started to build a girls football system. Our activity is directed to improve Latvian football system. Of course, our target group is kids, youngsters, and also amateurs, and also their parents, grandparents, who are attracted to football. We see that football is not just a game, but also a lifestyle and also a tool where we can educate the next generation of Latvian society. If we speak about our vision, then we want to be the leading football club in Latvia, and also recognized in Europe that we are those who can develop high-ranked football players, not just for Latvian market, but also for abroad clubs. Of course, besides sports results, there are many things what football can give to kids, youngsters, and amateurs. And we always see in football the potential educated professionals for our society, for our city, for our country, and also for the world. Of course, to be successful is not an easy thing. We think that one of the key factors was that we managed to attract to the club system very good professionals. We are a good team which is working every day side by side and sharing many ideas and or experience. And of course, we also all believe that clubs, three pillars that is football, family, and education are those who can help to develop the system on the field and also off the field. From the first day, we understood that it's very important that we as a football club and also as a football, as a sports, we are not just waiting for people that they are getting involved themselves, but we need to go to them and invite. And of course, we were working very hard from the first day, visiting a lot of kindergartens, visiting schools, talking with the school principals, with teachers, how we can help develop the football. And also one of our first partners was University of Latvia, who understood that the next generation of students are already born, and they are right now in kindergartens, in schools. And yes, we understood together that football is a beautiful tool which can give joy, health, and also educate the new generation, and also make the pathway from the kindergarten through the university.
Inimestele meeldib käia siin sellepärast, et saab uisutada. Siseruumis ka talvel, lisaks saab ennast uiskudel välja elada ja siin on alati lõbus seltskond koos, kes hoolib ja aitab.
Kui ma kolisin Tallinnasse, siis ma otsisin trenni, kuhu tulla ja siis...
It's time to kick off part number 2 of the CHAMP final conference. I hope you had a great coffee break and the opportunity to meet new people and old friends and discuss what we talked about earlier today, but also new things that you're interested in, of course. And I'm very happy to say that this part, it's all about... So this part is all about innovation ways forward, as I mentioned previously. So what we'll do now this afternoon and almost evening is to have the second keynote speaker of the conference, Hisham Shehabi. I will introduce him in a short while. And we will also have the opportunity to talk about, discuss, and test the final output of the CHAMP project, namely the CHAMP online course, named How to Manage a Modern Sport Club. So you will have the opportunity to test the course, discuss it, and also give us feedback and talk about it. And then, as I also mentioned previously, we will end this conference with a panel with partners, where we will talk about how these partners have found the work in the project, what is the most important parts that they will bring with them. But we will also discuss in this panel how they will use the outcome of the CHAMP project and in the field. So I'm very much looking forward to that. And now it's time for me to present, as I mentioned, the second keynote speaker of the conference. It's Hisham Shehabi, and he grew up in Bahrain, where he also earned the opportunity to swim and represent his country in the Olympic Games 2004 in Athens. And in 2018, he moved to Washington, D.C. and co-founded Next Sports, a strategy and implementation agency focusing on digital data and innovation in the sports industry. Hisham will give us insights on trends and developments in regards to innovation and digitalization in the sports movement. And now I will introduce you visually as well, Hisham. Hisham, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Lovisa. Good afternoon, everyone. Really good to kind of see you from the cameras here. Calling in from Switzerland. And Lovisa did mention that in 2004, I went to the Olympics. In 2018, I co-founded a company. In the interim, I did a few more things. Yeah, so it's a pleasure to be speaking with you. And yeah, it was unfortunate that I wouldn't be physically with you today. We had a company retreat where we brought our team together for the first time since COVID started in Istanbul, Turkey. And we attended a Champions League match on Tuesday, which is why my voice is a bit hoarse at the moment. The Besiktas fans live up to their name of being really the loudest fans I have ever seen. So yeah, it's really a pleasure to speak to you. And even though like today the topic is going to be about digital and innovation, I think it's quite important to recognize that we do enjoy being together physically. And I hope that, you know, with all the restrictions kind of slowing down and vaccination rates going up, that everybody will have a chance to do this more often. So I'll start to share my screen here. And as I was thinking through the kind of messages that I'd like to share with you, I really thought to the work that we do as a company in the sports industry. And we do work in the digital domain. So the topic today is about digitalization and how there is a path ahead for sports organizations and stakeholders. As Lovisa said, we started a company in 2018 called Next Sports, and this is particularly the domain we work in. And so that work really includes or centers around empowering sports organizations to transform their business models and generate new value through digital data and innovation. These are all buzzwords. You know, I'm sure you guys have seen it a lot. It's used in a lot of different contexts. But I hope in the next few slides that I will be able to help you understand what it means, at least from our point of view. The logos you see on this page are some of our clients. And so these learnings, these observations that I'll be sharing with you today are from the real life work that we do as a consulting agency in the sports industry. We mainly work in the Olympic space, but also, as you can see from the slide here, across the basketball and football space as well, with a focus mainly on Europe. But since we're a very international and diverse team with over 15 nationalities and 8 languages, we are trying to expand beyond our Europe base as well. So upon looking at what Lovisa and Sarah and the president were looking at kind of conveying to you today in the conference, I thought these were the 3 observations that I would like to share with you. And initially, it's that the sports industry has changed. The landscape has changed quite drastically in the last 10 years, and this will not stop. You know, this is a big change and will continue to be something that's very common for us to see in the years to come. So I'll touch on that as a first chapter. The second chapter is about how we believe that it is time now for sports organizations, regardless of their size, regardless of their budgets, regardless of their resources, to start to take control of their digital and data capabilities and own that. And I'll walk through a few areas that are good for you to consider. And then lastly, I will be sharing in chapter 2 some logos that potentially might seem like, yes, of course, those guys can do it because they have a lot of money to invest in these things and big teams to do so. I know today the topic is to speak to a wider group, going all the way from grassroots up to the elite level. So the last chapter is really about our learnings from the last 3 years working with Next Sports on how digital transformation and innovation can be done regardless of your resources. So I'll try to stick to time. Lovisa, maybe you can give me like there you go, if I'm running over time, and I look forward to answering any questions you have, whether around these topics that I shared today or anything else that comes up. I think there's a bit of a lag in, okay, there we go. So with chapter 1, the changing landscape, really the four things that we see are really impacting sports industry, but not only sports, is how technology is being democratized, how there is a growth in entrepreneurialism, how consumer habits have changed, and how new stakeholders have started to enter the sports industry. I'll go into each of these in a bit more detail. So with technology, it's only actually 12 years ago that we had our first iPhone. So it's not that long ago, and we've come already 13 generations in that period, and that has caused a lot of changes. In that time, we have seen cloud storage increase and be accessible, and the cost of that reduce very, very quickly. Internet has become almost ubiquitously available to everybody. There are projects such as Elon Musk's Starlink satellite system, which promises to allow the whole globe to be covered in an internet web. So in the next 5 years, actually, 4 billion more people will come online who are not yet online due to internet coverage. Mobile processing power has increased. Sensors and wearables, their size and their computing power have increased. And AI and machine learning applications are now accessible to everybody. And so what this does really is, before it used to be let's say the responsibility and the expectation that the big Fortune 500 companies would be the ones that are investing in and getting new technologies, new innovations. Today, that is really being democratized thanks to technology being so widely available. And not only the availability, but the power that it can be provided. So this has led to an explosion in entrepreneurialism. Startups and venture-backed companies are growing at a really fast rate. As late as 2019, there were over 800 corporations that have set up their corporate venture capital arms that are investing hundreds of millions of dollars, moving their R&D departments, what used to be their R&D departments, into ecosystems where they fund initiatives, fund startups, to make sure that they are innovating and making sure that their products continue to be relevant. The global talent pool, especially since COVID, has become accessible to everybody. You have companies from Detroit, Michigan, doing machine learning training in South America and Africa with workers that are capable of having an internet connection and teaching video how to pick up on different things on the street. So this global talent pool is now everybody has access to it. The cost of setting up a company has reduced drastically in the last 20 years. And because of this, new business models are possible to experiment with. And then, as I mentioned already in the previous slide, technology capabilities are now available to everybody. We can all start from quite a strong base to start a business. So because of this, the number of startups, the number of unicorns, which are companies that have a valuation of $1 billion or higher, has increased exponentially in the last 10 years. And during this time, as we know, consumer habits have also changed quite drastically. This is obviously a Gen Z person, but all of us, all of you in the room, as well as myself, know that we can stream anytime, anywhere, thanks to Netflix, which started, let's say, the trend of making that possible for everybody. Now you expect that. You expect to find highlights, you expect to find the latest information about any sports activity online, and if you don't, you move to something else. We've now gotten used to one-click shopping, especially after COVID. E-commerce has shot up, and things like Amazon are now our expectation on how our digital experience should be like. And during this time, we also become creators, not only consumers. So especially this is the younger generations of Gen Z, Gen Alpha, even millennials. They use TikTok and Snapchat to really create, and so they're no longer just there's no longer just a one-way communication. It's really they are able to then also expand their own networks. So all of this is causing a higher expectation on every interaction that these consumers have, and these consumers are also your users, your members, your fans. And so this level of expectation that they have when they go home at night to watch a Netflix show is the same one that they are hoping to have with sports organizations, regardless of the service that's being provided, whether it's streaming a match, whether it's finding access or information, up-to-date information on the latest events you have, on the latest classes that your club is running. All of these are expected really to be accessible. And now we have become increasingly comfortable operating in and economizing our engagement in the virtual world. We are no longer cringing by buying costumes in video games, for example. And this is a huge mind shift. So all of this is happening around sports, and this is why it's causing a lot of disruption around, for example, viewing habits, participation in sports at the grassroots level. We are competing against a lot of different factors and trends. And finally, the new stakeholders that have entered sports are giving us a run for our money. They are sports tech startups and entrepreneurs who have figured out what the pain point is in the sports industry and have done, I would argue, a better job at solving those pain points than the sports industry has. And when I mention sports industry, I mean like the traditional ecosystem of stakeholders around sports. Big tech has entered in a very strong way in the last few years and are starting to take ownership of the relationship with the users, the members, and the fans that sports organizations used to have. Private equity and individual investors are coming in very strongly, especially at the kind of like the league level, the biggest football clubs, but also in a lot of grassroots events. A lot of, for example, Spain is witnessing a boom of paddle sports or paddle tennis courts and competitions, and these are all run by quite savvy individual investors who have like a tech-oriented aspect to it as well. Another thing we've seen in the last few years is athletes becoming entrepreneurs, and they have become quite strong with their own voices, with their own platforms. And finally, we have all these accelerators, all these incubators, all these innovation centers, these innovation labs that are popping up. And really, I guess the challenge for the sports industry is to figure out how to work with all of these guys. It's not that they're coming in to steal the pie or like parts of the pie. I believe that they can grow the pie and that they can increase the value that all sports stakeholders can tap into. So that's really the landscape, yeah? There's obviously a lot of other trends, but these are the ones that I wanted to mention today. And so that's why there's an imperative to figure out a way to counter, let's say if there's an imbalance, to kind of bring it back to the favor of the sports organizations. And because of the work that we do at our company, we believe that owning your digital and data destiny is an important factor in trying to find that balance. And so the 4 areas that I'd like to talk about here are understanding and taking ownership of the data flows. And I'll explain that a little bit more in detail. Understanding and having excellent digital products, ensuring that you have content, and doesn't mean only just streaming documentaries, but all kinds of content. And then finally, understanding monetization. Monetization is so important. A lot of organizations in sports have struggled during COVID because all of their, let's say, funding taps tightened up because the government's focus shifted to the health crisis. And this was, shown very, very clearly with how the events industry in sports and music suffered, but also across traditional sports stakeholders. And so it's important to take ownership of that as well. And so with data flows, what we mean here is really understanding all of the data that surrounds a sports organization and how to kind of start to take specific actions that can allow you to generate value. Yeah, it doesn't mean that you have to sell this data to monetize it. It's sometimes to run a better operation. It's sometimes to personalize some of your services. It's sometimes to improve your products and services and events based on feedback or how momentum is happening, right, with your members. And so some of the questions that are important to think about is, am I the owner of the data of my members? This is sometimes a question which many organizations cannot answer, or they will say yes just instinctively, but they will not know how many members they have, who has paid, how long they have been members, what their demographic breakdown is and profile, whether they have moved addresses, whether their email is the most updated. And so all of these things are quite important for sports organizations to start to take ownership, because those big tech companies are doing that. They're taking away the relationship that sports organizations used to have, and monetizing it by selling advertising or any other number of services to third parties. Secondly, like, who has access to my members' data? We talk about big tech, but there are others as well that do have access. And so it's important just to think about where that data sits. The graphic that is on the page here on the right side is actually from the Bundesliga. They have a company called Sport Tech Solutions, and they have a wonderful, Lovisa, maybe I'll share this, anyway, I'll share this deck with you, and all of these examples can be accessible to everybody, but they have done a very good job of understanding all of the data flow. And if you look at right in the middle of the graphic, there's something called the Data Hub. And this is something that's central, that the Bundesliga owns and controls, and is able to deliver different kinds of services on top of. Importantly, as well, is to figure out if you have integrated all of your data sources. Sometimes we have a database, but none of the forms on our email, on our website, or if somebody sends an email to the contact form, or if somebody is on a WhatsApp group, those data pieces are all in different silos. And so they need to come all into one place. And this takes time. It takes a bit of planning, but it's important to figure that out over time to have, again, that control. Like the fourth question I would ask is, am I able to analyze and extract insights from my data? And if it's just an Excel sheet of a CRM, then probably not. Yeah, you don't have the interactions they've had with you. You don't know the 50 people that have attended the Champ conference that you can send in an email to 6 months before next year's conference to invite them and remind them of this great presentation that I gave to you today. So all of these things are possible today thanks to technology's democratization. And so these are like accessible solutions, I would say, for sports organizations. And then finally, even within small organizations, it's important to have a unit or a person in charge of all of this stuff. Digital, data, innovation, whatever it is, whatever you want to call it, and you need to own that term for yourself. It needs to be, somebody needs to be responsible for that internally. It's important for many reasons, budget, tracking and reporting, KPIs, for the external ecosystem to be able to interact with your organization. They also need to have a point of contact. So having or appointing somebody is an important thing to consider. Next, I'll move to digital products. And by products here, I mean really any digital interface that you have as a sports organization that allows you to interact with the outside world. In most cases, this is a website. It could be a mobile app. It could be a ticketing platform. It could be your newsletter. It could be like your social media channels. It could be a game, like a mobile game. Really, there are many different ways to think about it. And what's important is just to create that connection between them so that any of the target users that you have, whatever they are, whether they're members of a local grassroots sports club, whether they are elite athletes, whether they are amateur athletes, whether they are your coaches and trainers, they just need to be able to navigate all of these touch points quite easily and know how they interact with each other. And over time, because of how technology is changing all the time, you need to be adjusting those digital products to respond to the habits of your users. So in some countries, for example, WhatsApp is a way to communicate and to assemble and to organize. And so it should be considered as a digital product for you. And there should be also an owner of a sort for that kind of a product. And then because of the data that we all produce online, this all leaves breadcrumbs that are possible to follow and possible to annotate and input into systems that connect them to your profile. So I would know, for example, that Lovisa posted a LinkedIn banner, let's say, with my name on it. And I would be able to, for example, target anybody that has seen that with a specific ad about the recap of this presentation. So this kind of journey is possible to create today with the very simplest of tools. But you need to, again, going back to the previous slide, have ownership of that data piece to be able to do this. And then finally, to think about the stats. Are they showing engagement? So a lot of reporting these days around social media are about kind of like the number of likes and the number of retweets and things like that. But engagement for you might mean something else. It might mean who has retweeted and then taken an action to attend a physical event that I'm organizing. So this path is important to define, and that is the KPI that you should be using rather than just somebody retweeting. Yeah. So this connection between the digital action and what you would like the final users to do is something that needs to be clearly defined in the beginning, because that's how you would choose whether this is the best channel to be investing your time and money into. Third, I would say is content. Yeah, content is, we all think about it as, Formula One's Drive to Survive or any other of the documentaries, but really it's any type of text, images, videos, infographics, data, banners that you are using to create engagement on your digital products to drive actions into your ecosystem. So are you giving your users a consistently enough, or being consistently giving them a reason to engage with you? Does your content align with the target market? A lot of our clients, they have social media, and this is like football clubs, for example, or basketball clubs. They put the, the Congress presentation, or like the president said this quote, or there was a committee meeting on a specific issue. These are all important, but those are not what fans are looking for example, or not what your top users are looking for. So it's important to think about what content will be used on what platform and for what target audience. And then equally, what types of content are you producing? Yeah, so all of these things are questions to ask when thinking about content. And again, as I mentioned in the previous slide, thinking about how does the content drive to the actions? Yeah, at the end, you want your digital ecosystem to push people into interacting with yours, into becoming members, into becoming people who go to your classes, and to becoming volunteers that you can tap into when you have specific events, and so on and so forth. And then finally, thinking about, do we have the capabilities to be always on? Because the digital space requires that. And it may be that your presence is smaller in the beginning, but it's important that you're just consistently on it and available and connecting and engaging with people who are interacting with you online, and being able to drive specific actions after seeing what's happening online. So this is all kind of like that content piece. Finally, talking about monetization. Yeah, apologies. The questions on the slide have not changed, but here really the main question is: am I, as an organization, able to take all of those 3 steps in the beginning and monetize that? Yeah, as we mentioned in the beginning, there is a lot of dependence from sports organizations on traditional funding channels, but digital and data does open up new opportunities. There's really many of them, and I won't bore you with the kind of digital monetization, but you are able to. This is just an example. A specific publication is able to send a newsletter in 2 different versions to 2 different audiences, and then put a banner for an advertiser or a sponsor that is different in each one. We constantly see email blasts coming from any number of organizations, and they're always the same to all of to the whole group. Yeah, and so this ability to segment that group and to be able to say where they're from, what kind of content they've been engaging with, is what is valuable to sponsors, to advertisers, to your partners, to government, to public authorities that want to understand that you are really an organization that can target audiences. Yeah, because at the end, sports always had the capability of bringing people together, and now there are other competing forces that are taking over that. And with time, if we're not able to shift that back in the favor of sports, I believe things like esports, for example, will take over and become the preferred channel for communication and engagement for brands, for sponsors, even for government authorities to reach the youth, for example, to reach audiences that they want to reach. So again, these are all just thoughts and questions about how can you, as an organization, take ownership of that digital and data formula and tip that balance back in your favor, considering that changing landscape that we talked about in the first chapter. Now, I know I talked a lot about all of these great opportunities, but we're not all sitting on great big budgets. Actually, most of us are not. And it's important to think about the steps that need to be taken, whether or not you have that budget. Because there is a tendency in sports, and I mean, we've been around just for 3 years, so take it with a pinch of salt, but the buying habits of sports organizations means that if you don't get into a budget cycle at the end of 1 year, like let's say around this time of the year, then you will not kick off a project on these topics until probably spring of 2023, which is around 18 months from now. And that is already too late, so it's important to think from an organizational perspective how to approach the bigger timeline and how to be allocating some of these, not necessarily finance always, but sometimes just the leadership's bandwidth as a leader and taking decisions on these topics. So I put just like 2 simple slides of some of the things that we've learned from our short existence consulting on these topics in the sports industry, do's and don'ts. So the do's that we have really tried to be advocates of is to plan your data structure. It doesn't need to be anything fancy, but just understanding that flow from the beginning will really help you to take the right decisions over time. Designating that internal lead is really important. And it doesn't need to be a full-time job. You don't need to change their job title. You just need to make sure that there is a way to channel these conversations internally to a person who over time takes over this portfolio. Lean on partners. Today, Louis says there's a panel later on to talk about how the partners help to launch this online platform. It's important as sports organizations, we're not tech companies. And we need to lean on, whether it's sponsors, government authorities, universities, other academic institutions, bigger companies to help advance in this topic. And then bringing in those tech savvy stakeholders, so instead of just any university, go to an engineering university. And then develop a culture of experimentation. Today, as I mentioned, because of the technology democratization, because you are able to tap into a global talent pool, you are able to experiment in a very easy and cheap way. So learning how to experiment and being okay with testing things that you haven't done before is a very important thing to foster within the staff as a culture. Yeah. Next is to develop KPIs, and sometimes people think about I need to invest X and then I need to make Y. But that's almost never going to be black and white. You cannot make that calculation until you have started to go on this route. So it's important to think about quarterly KPIs. Okay, I'm launching a newsletter. What do I want to achieve with that newsletter? How many what's the opening percentage that I want for that newsletter? How many people do I want to be clicking on the link that I want people to click on? Yeah, so these simple KPIs are then something you can then start to test with. So just going down that newsletter example, on platforms like MailChimp, you are able to do A/B testing, which allows you to change the title of your email and then see which one works better. You're able then to check which timing of the day or which day of the week is the best for your audience to be opening up these emails. So So all of these are, examples of KPIs that your team can own and that can really drive outcomes that are not related to exactly like a huge return on investment, but it's about building that momentum. Next, and I believe conferences like this that you're at today is about increasing your data and digital fluency and understanding these topics more and more. It's always changing, but I think like we don't all need to be experts on this. We just need to be able to speak with the experts and not be signing away. And in many cases, we see a lot of sports entities that today, for example, are signing away multi-year deals for cryptocurrency and NFTs with hardly, the bat of an eyelid. And it's because they see money on the other side and they sign away like a big asset of theirs. So increasing just that fluency, which means, signing up to that newsletter, listening to that podcast, attending that conference. And it doesn't always need to be a sports conference. Actually, I would argue that it's even better to go outside of sports. They're usually more advanced. And then, as I mentioned in the beginning, you need to plan the financial aspect of your digital transformation. Think about, okay, what budget can 5 minutes? Fantastic. 2 minutes? Ish. Thanks, Luisa. So, so yeah, planning that the financial steps that you'll take is really important. And really, you can start with really small budgets, so campaigns for as little as 300 euros can give you a good indication of what you should be investing in over a full year. So trying to experiment again will help you do this. Speaking to suppliers, a lot of suppliers are investing in their products and services. And so as you are learning from them, you will be able to improve your own processes around digital and data. And then the last thing on this slide is to communicate your intentions. Say that you want to enter into this space. It's incredible how just talking about some topics that are relevant to you will attract others towards you. I'm sure all of you know this in the room. You've worked in the sports industry for a really long time. But even though if you're early in your digital journey, explaining that you are starting on it will attract new stakeholders around you. So maybe, Lovisa, I have a very short slide here that I'll quickly go through and then we can end it, yeah? I'll go through the first, the list on the left side because I think it's even more important than the one on the right. So avoid too much custom development. There is a tendency to get a lot of proposals from technology companies to say, I will build you the one all and be like the one platform that you will need for everything you need. This is really expensive. It's really complex and it'll become outdated by the time it's developed. There are many, as I mentioned, technology democratization startups. There are many solutions out there that can be brought in to improve or to solve that pain point that you're looking to solve. Pay attention to the lingo from the legal side on technology deals, especially around data and how it's stored and how it's used. Make sure that there's no major disruption to users or fans because that pushes them away from you. And avoid buying tech because they did it. Yeah, that's a very common theme in sports. The one club sees another one buying something or signing an agreement, then they want to do it as well. And another thing which is really important, we talked about putting a person to be in charge of all of this stuff. Don't overload IT. Yeah, this is a common thing that happens because they are the most tech savvy in-house. But IT has historically not been about technology transformation. They have been about keeping our laptops on, making sure our security works, and things like that. Yeah, so it's important to also think of them as a group that needs to be developing with you along the way. So, Lovisa, I'll stop there and end the presentation. But would love to hear any questions from the room. I couldn't see any faces, but hopefully it was useful and insightful for you all.
Thank you very much, Hisham. A big hand for this presentation. So, thank you very much. It was really interesting to listen to you. And I think as I can interpret the room, And I saw the faces, and they were really interested, and they were really focused on your presentation. And so now I would actually like to open up the floor. Does anyone have a question for Hisham? Yes, Laura. So I will give you the mic. Yeah, I will repeat the question if he doesn't hear.
Is it working? Oh, no, it is. Hi, Laura from Estonia here. I really love the quote that you said about, we don't need to be the experts, but we need to have the language to speak to the experts. Oh, I can look there, that's better. And I was wondering, can you pinpoint some of the experts that the grassroots sport clubs and the non-profit grassroots sport clubs could turn to speak about these issues? Could they hire your services? Can they afford it? I'm not asking about your pricing or anything, but who could they turn to be these experts? Yeah, I think that was the question. Thank you. Otherwise, super fascinating.
Absolutely. Thank you, Laura. Yeah, so it's, I think there's a lot of different sources for the grassroots sports clubs to interact with. Usually there is a government authority that is funding their activities. So starting there and figuring out, like in Paris, for example, in France, there's a great incubator program called Le Tremplin in Sports. It's one of 12 verticals that the city has started. And they try to create a lot of kind of cross pollination of knowledge really between them. And so a lot of government entities are able to tap into this network of incubators because it's a government funded program. So I think going in the case of local sports clubs to the municipality or to the, let's say, the regional government, who has more likely than not figured out that they want to create a startup ecosystem, is a good place to start. I would say another one that's really interesting and quite low cost is going to the local university, specifically starting with the engineering department, anything related to data, IT, digital transformation. These programs are all popping up, usually with a lot of interns that are capable of coming in to give some supporting hands, and usually with a professor whose numbers go up if he's able to place people. So I think once you think about these incentives and how to align them, you'll find a lot of people that are willing to help. And then finally, I would say, there are opportunities perhaps to think about how to take your data dump, which let's say you've collected over years, and create a short hackathon out of it. Or organize it with a local event organizer. Think about the hacker spaces. There's a lot of them in many European cities. And then telling them we want to do this, we'll make it like a government affiliated program. And they're also looking for this kind of exposure, So there's many different low cost possibilities for you to consider.
Great. And I really like your example there, Hisham, with going to the universities. We actually have gotten these from the sport clubs in the CHAM project that we surveyed and discussed with. We had some really nice examples with grassroots sport clubs who really went directly to schools and universities to have this collaboration, to be able to actually be innovative and start their journey there. So I think it's a really nice example that we also saw in the project. Thank you. Any more questions from the audience? I'm sure that you have some thoughts or questions for Hisham. You have one? No? See no hands? Yeah? Any questions? Oh, I thought it. Okay, so I have a question for you, Hisham.
Okay.
It's actually a bit related to the question that Laura just asked you, but I really want to pinpoint. So if you gave us a lot of interesting insights and also tools, how really to use digitalization to evolve as a sports organization. But if you would choose yourself, what would you start with? What would be, if you were grassroots sport clubs, what would be the very, very, very first thing that you would do?
This is what we advise all of our clients, by the way, is to start with knowing your user base. Yeah, so that would be the first thing I would do. And usually that means figuring out what technology tools do you need to be able to have a consistent and transparent communication with all of your users or members or fans. So sometimes this means just setting up a simple off-the-shelf. They're really available all over the place. CRM, like a customer relationship management system, and starting to implement that and driving any actions. Let's say somebody comes in to fill in a form at your club. Maybe in the beginning, you'll be taking them down and somebody will be doing the data entry. But over time, trying to automate that so that it immediately goes into that CRM. So that's what I would say is the first thing I would do.
Thanks.
Mm.
Anyone who thought of a question, perhaps? Yes, Matej, I will give you the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the lovely presentation. I really enjoyed listening to it and also got quite inspired on a few different things. However, there was one dilemma that was running through my mind, which I know that it's often a case where through this inevitable digitalization and innovation into different sectors, there is still a growing digital gap. And then the tech-savvy clubs or the tech-savvy people get further ahead, and then there is this huge divide, which often it's not necessarily only due to the motivation, but it's also due to the funds that are available for some grassroots sports or some organizations to follow up the different trends. So, and then there are options. However, also it's not only about options; it's also about specific frameworks and policies on how to assure that this gap is being prevented or reduced. And then, can you think of potential policy approaches for which we could advocate for, maybe, in order to assure that this divide, digital divide, does not grow further, and that the least tech-savvy sport clubs could still catch up? Because even, as you said, like even if they choose to digitalize themselves now, it would be probably starting from 2023, and then it is still a huge time. So how to make sure that we avoid this huge discrepancy through certain policies, or maybe something else that you can propose? Thank you very much.
Thank you for that question, Mate. Very, very excellent one. It's one that also a lot of like member-based organizations think about. So a lot of like national federations usually have clubs as their founding members. National Olympic committees have national federations as their members. The International Olympic Committee has National Olympic Committees as their members. So a lot of these organizations usually have like a sort of like account management approach or like a development program that is geared to providing services from like the mother federation to the members. And you can think about it from a ministry perspective, or you can think about it from any like planning or strategy related organizations within the sports sector. I think it's their role in a way to shift a little bit the focus of development into this space as well. So instead of just providing funding every year, providing funding and education, or providing funding and then advising on specific topics that are pain points. There are still, for example, a lot of sports clubs that don't have a very good functioning website. They don't have anybody to administer it. And so finding a way for whoever is funding that organization to start to provide these services. So I know in the Olympic world, for example, each of the international federations has a development program. At IOC, it's called Olympic Solidarity. At FIFA, it's called FIFA Forward, and so on and so forth. And at the national level, in many countries, ministries take it on themselves to provide specific services. So I think from a policy perspective, my suggestion would be that the parent federated body should be looking at what are the common pain points across its membership and figuring out what are the like lowest hanging fruit to start with, and finding a way to either provide funding or support to it.
Thank you. Great discussion. Lovely. Any more questions from the audience? Yes, you are. We're not that squared. We're talking about innovation, so.
1, 2, 1, 2, it's working. I had a bit more of a practical question related to the platforms that we use, social media channels, etc. So if we have a sport club that offers services from people who are aged 8 to 80, what do you think, how many social media channels we should use to communicate with them? Because there's a very wide range of them, and the kind of targets and the content to provide for them are a little bit different. So I feel it's taking a lot more resources just to keep up all the channels and provide content for it. So would you have some kind of more practical tips on how to manage that?
Yeah, I mean, definitely it would not be to just keep launching them. Yeah, and especially as a local grassroots sports club, the aim is to probably bring traffic through the center, right? So the idea there is that you want to drive people to come to your center. And so I don't think like a TikTok platform would be relevant, even if you do have 8 to 18-year-olds in your cohort, right? So I think again it goes back to kind of like who is the target audience? Your 8-year-old will not be receiving text from you, will probably not look at your TikTok. They will probably be taken by their parents. And so what do I need to target their parents with to be able to bring their children? And that could be an email that comes on Thursday to tell them what's going to happen on the weekend, especially if it's raining, for example, or things like that. So these are the ways I would say, like to think about from the 8 to 80, which is quite a complex group to deal with, but you need to think about it in segments. Yeah, and those segments, what kind of messages do you need to send them and how to personalize it so that it really speaks to them and increases the likelihood that they'll come to do what thing that you want them to do. For example, you could have a parent and I don't know, let's say you have a local football tournament. You want 8 to 14-year-olds to come and play in that tournament, to sign up. You can give a chance to the parents to volunteer, for example, yeah? And this would mean that you think about it from like 3 months in advance. And every week, the parents need to come for one volunteer training, and their kids can do something in the club as well. You know, so like if you think about it from a personalization, segmentation point of view, I think the question then doesn't become about what platform do I use, but like really what is the message that I want to drive? What is the outcome that I want to have? And then what's the channel that I need to use to do that? And email is still really, really powerful. I don't know about you guys, but like I read newsletters religiously almost. And I think a lot of people continue to do that. You know, so email is quite cheap. You know, there's a few platforms you can use like MailChimp, which allows you to do that segmentation I talked about. And then from social media perspective, I don't know what the discoverability is on platforms like Twitter, for example, for a local event that you are hosting. You know, I would rather focus on the audience that you already are engaged with and finding a way to make them like have the word of mouth rather than put a banner on Facebook and target all of the region that you're in and not be sure that it's gonna pay off. Because increasingly, Facebook and YouTube and Google ads are becoming quite expensive. LinkedIn ads as well. So that what they call the cost of acquisition has increased because there is high competition from whatever it is, e-commerce brands and streaming platforms and the latest episode of I don't know what, and you are competing with them on those platforms. So when you have already acquired that customer and have a direct relationship with them, whether it's text, WhatsApp, Slack, emails, then you are more likely to convert them into doing the activity you'd like them to do.
Great, thanks a lot. So I really picked up from this last discussion here between you that ask the right questions. I think it's perhaps a good way to summarize this. So we have all these platforms and tools and possibilities, but we really need to start asking sport clubs the right questions. And they need to start asking their members the right questions as well. And yes, I would like to give you a big applause again, Hisham. Thanks a lot for being here with us today.
Thank you, Lovisa, and thanks to you all, and really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I don't know if that last slide was showing or not, but Lovisa, please feel free to share my contact details. I'm happy to pick up the conversation with any of you at any point.
Thank you very much. I will.
All right. Have a good continuation of the conference.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So this is very much hybrid. It's working actually. It's very nice. Yeah, we tested it, but. So I'm just gonna pick up. Share my screen. Okay. So, yeah. Keynote 2 done. And we already had the part 1 of the conference. So I'm really happy to say that now it's time to move forward one step ahead. And it's time to talk about the ultimate outcome of the CHAMP project, the CHAMP online course. And the online course, as you saw, and as I mentioned as well previously, is called How to Manage a Modern Sport Club. Because in the CHAMP project, we really realized that, okay, this project, it's all about modernization and innovation. Of course, it's a lot about grassroots sports and sports clubs as well. So we were thinking and discussing a lot how to merge these things. So how to merge both innovation, modernization, and grassroots sports clubs. So that led us to the data collection that Andrea and Anne were presenting earlier. And we also thought a lot about how can we approach grassroots sports clubs with innovation? Because as we've been talking about, also what Theodora, you spoke about earlier, it's very much about how to make innovation digestible for the grassroots sports clubs. They don't want to. We see when we talk, and when we had the multiplier events in this project, talking to sport clubs in different countries, we see a bit of a hesitance there. That innovation, it's often a thought that it needs to be expensive and time-consuming and so on. And yes, of course it could be. But it can also be something else. And what we really wanted to do with this online course is to approach grassroots sports clubs with how they can get started in the innovation journey. So what we realized is actually that this tool, this online course, is more actually towards a bit of a management course, not in full. Of course, we have a great innovation. It's the core of the course. But we also want to teach and discuss and want to open up and ask the right questions to grassroots sports clubs on how they can begin. So for instance, in Module 1, which is called Introduction Innovation Strategy, the course really explains what innovation is, and also how the grassroots sport clubs specifically can get started in this journey. So what is innovation? And what could be the first steps? And of course, also as mentioned earlier by my colleagues, we also want to bring up we don't want to bring up only the challenges. We also want to bring up best practices. So we have a couple of videos in the modules showcasing sport clubs where they talk about how they actually approach one of these challenges. And then in module number 2, it's called Management, Economy and Funding, because as we've been talking a lot about today actually, we see the barrier, economy, barrier, right? But I know Carl sitting down there, he made a really nice master thesis actually, and in his research, he shows that economy doesn't need to be that much of a barrier. Of course it can be, but if you manage in the sport clubs to go around this barrier and see and dare to see new ways, you can actually overcome it. So that's a really nice finding, I think. And then we have module 3, which is called volunteers. And as you also mentioned earlier, Andrea, I mean, volunteers, we all know that volunteers are the heart of the sport club. And I want to take the opportunity to thank the volunteers working here, because they're doing also a really great job. But here we really, approach how you can retain existing volunteers, but also recruit new ones. And then in module number 4, it's divided into 2 parts. So this module is called Offers and Activities. It's the first part. And then the second part is called Facilities and Availability. Because that's, again, based on the challenges, we wanted to discuss how grassroots sport clubs can think in new ways. For instance, we have one sport club giving an example of having a more flexible membership. So you can have a membership where you do multiple sports. You don't just go to your sport club and do football. You can actually, if you have the facilities then for it, you can actually allow the members to do other sports as well. And then we have also, of course, the facilities and availability. And it's, as mentioned, we all know that it is, of course, it's a challenge, but it also differs if you're on the countryside or in the cities and so on. But there we have a great example from a Danish sport club, actually, who does backyard football. And they explain in their data that they want to do football where people are, not just strictly to the football pitch. So it's examples like these. And I don't think that all sports clubs, when they hear these examples, that it's actually innovation. It's perhaps a bit convenient, but I think it's up to us as well with this knowledge that we can actually really raise the knowledge that doing sports in another field where sports is not normally done, that is innovation actually. So and that makes it a bit more approachable for grassroots sport clubs to dare to sort of start taking this innovation journey. And then finally, module number 5, it's called Internal and External Communication. As we all know, and as also mentioned by many previous speakers, communication is key. It's key to reach out to the members, so that's why we have the internal communications part in module number 5. It's all about, yes, like Hisham mentioned as well, like the Polona, who is our great communication person in ENGSO and worked a lot with this project. She has a tagline called "Newsletters are not dead," and we actually use that in the online course. It's true. You can still use emails as a way to approach the members internally. And then also, of course, external communication, like Hisham and Laura also discussed, which social media can we be on, and so on. And in the course, we have a couple of examples where sport clubs and sport organizations are using social media to reach out to it could be volunteers, sponsors, members, new members, of course. And yes, so that's actually my presentation on the online course. And now I would like you to test it, because I mentioned that earlier, that you're going to get to work. And so I'm asking actually all the partners that is in the room, please stand up. And pick a table. So the plan is to spread the partners out in the room. So pick a table, partners, one at each table. Good. So, I'm going to switch slides. So before you get going, I would ask you to scan the QR code. And I realized that I wrote the wrong URL. So it's actually, if you cannot scan the QR code to get into the website, you write engso-education.eu/champ. And then I would like you to try out the course. Yes, it's phone compatible, so you can do it both on computer and on your iPhone or Android. So now I would like you to take 15 minutes to try it out and also discuss it with your table. So your host, which is the partner at your table, will initiate a discussion. And I also encourage you If you like, you can stand up and do the online course if you like, because I know that we have to have some movement as well. It's hard to sit down for a long time. So now I will stop talking because I see that you seem like you found the course, and I will walk around as well and support you. So enjoy the online course.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop. How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours. Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
inimestele meeldib käia siin sellepärast, et saab uisutada.
Okay.
In 20 meters.
So, did you take the opportunity to stand up a bit? You did? Yes? Good. Then I don't have to ask you to do that. Did you take the opportunity to stand up a bit? Walk around? Yeah, you moved table. You moved table. You moved table. Yeah. Good, good. I mean, for you who didn't stand up, please do it. For you who did, you're fine already. So. Good. Okay. So now I get happy again, or a bit sad, because I hate to interrupt people when they talk. But again, like I said previously in the previous discussion, you will have the opportunity to discuss more, because I assume that most of you will stay for the European Sport Platform, that you will still be here. So if good example. So if you didn't stand up already, just stand up and yeah, shake your arms and legs a bit, so we can sort of bear with the last part. Good. Yeah, that's a nice stretch. Yeah, nice stretch like this. Yeah, that's good. Okay, are we ready to have the last chapter of this conference? Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, good. So if you like, you can keep on standing, but you can also sit down if you like. Yeah, that's fine. So I think it's really great. I walked around a bit in the room and saw that you were really testing, and you were really invested in testing the CHAMP tool. So now I would actually like to hear a bit from the partners. What did the participant think about the course? So I actually can start with you, Linda. What did the people around your table think about the tool, and any insights? Oh, sorry. Of course. Thank you.
Yeah, we started to test the course. Actually, we had a very great discussion and some inputs and feedbacks on the course. I mean, the general thinking was that it's very interesting to have this interactive tool. Even if maybe we should keep it also simple and take into consideration that sport clubs at the grassroots level, because we were really thinking about someone, for example, from the villages. Maybe they are interested in some specific parts and something which is more practice, also because they address something which is a priority for them. So we really to work a lot in order to make them understand why is taking this course important for them. And also, so this kind of tools is very, very important for volunteers, also because, as we discussed, there's a lot of people who are volunteers and do not have the chance also to...
I think it's me standing too close to you.
Okay. So to be trained, and some tools like this are very inspirational for them, but we need to take into consideration that some parts can be for a higher level, some other parts are need to be done for a more grassroots level, let's say. So that was the general discussion. I don't know if you want to add something from my table, because actually we separated at one point, but this was the general discussion. So very interesting feedbacks, and in general the tool is good.
Nice, thank you. So we have another table, some other partners, perhaps Jane or... Janne, what kind of feedback, what did you discuss around the online course at your table?
1, 2, 3. Yes, we actually didn't discuss a lot, but one good point is that if we have translated it, the languages the partners have, how other countries can have it and maybe can translate it to their languages, because a lot of clubs, grassroots clubs, they need this model in their language. So maybe this is the point we have to think about that.
Yeah, that's very interesting. So translate the course into even more languages so we can reach out even more. It's a good point. And that's not impossible, definitely not. Let me see some. Oh yeah, you're also partners. What did your table? So did you have any discussion around how you could implement the course, perhaps? It's a bit slow. Yeah. You have to have. It's coming. Yeah. Now
it's coming now. We talked a little bit about how to use it outside in organizations and in the sports club. And we talked a bit more about using it as an inspiration source and also to start up some innovation process in the sports clubs, just as get them to talk about how they can change things and not exactly use all the modules. It's not necessary, but use elements of it and good examples and thereby get the mindset changed in the sports clubs and in the organizations. Any supply? You want to supply with anything? No, I think it was the main thing. So not using the whole module in once, but using the best elements to fit the problem the sport clubs are facing.
Nice. That's a very good point. And we actually wanted to build the online course in different modules, so it's easy to digest. So if you have participants or volunteers in the club that doesn't have that much time, they can actually do one module that are more focused on the challenges that they're approaching and so on. Very nice. It's really lovely to hear that you had the opportunity to have a look at the main tool that we created in this project and that you also had the opportunity to discuss. And now it's time for the very last part of this program. I would like to invite 3 people, 3 partners to the stage. So Anders, Linda, and Ronald, please get up here. Give them a hand. Feel welcome here. Okay, so we'll change the slide. Okay. So this panel will work like this, and I will ask you questions, and you will answer them. And nice. Yes. And you also will have the opportunity to discuss amongst each other. And I really would like to open up for some questions and comments from the audience as well, of course. But so firstly, I would like you to introduce yourselves. So Ronald, you're having the microphone. Please introduce yourselves and hand the microphone to one of your colleagues.
Organization that is responsible for all of the national federations in our country.
Oh, microphone on. Yeah. It's coming, it's a bit slow. So.
Hello?
Yeah.
It's coming. Hello, my name is Anders, and I'm from the Danish Sports Confederation. And first of all, thanks for being part of the project, and thanks for you, Louisa, to be the leader of the crazy gang through Europe and under a pandemic. Well done. Some big issues on the way to finish the product, but we have a good product. So, I'll give it to you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Linda from Italy, and I'm here representing OPES. I'm a project manager at the International Relations Department. And thank you, Lovisa, for hosting the event and organizing everything. It was not so easy. We need to recognize that.
Oh, thank you. It was my pleasure, and I'm really happy for all of the partners. So now I would like to go to the first question, and perhaps, Linda, you would like to keep the microphone. And the first question is, what is the most important part that you and your organization take with you from the CHAMP project?
Well, it's a lot. So I should stay here a long time, but I think we have only half an hour. So I would say one of the most important was for sure the partnership, because I think that the way we established this partnership was very, very important. And this was the added value during this process. I mean, these couple of years were not easy for nobody. So, I mean, without the right partners, was not so easy to do this, to stay here today and to see that. So I think that we will bring for sure that, and of course the tools, because it's very important. We work directly with sport clubs, with OPES, and we had the opportunity to engage sport clubs since the beginning with the data collection we mentioned earlier. And actually, many of them asked us about the tool. So they are waiting for that also, because they know there will be the Italian translation, which is very, very important for them. So I would say that these two aspects are the most important we are going to bring with us from this project.
Nice, thank you. Ronald, perhaps you would like to tag on there.
Yeah, of course, we will bring back home the online course to present it to our also sports clubs, but we will also bring together with the online course, the idea that the tool, the online course, it's not only for the benefit for the sports clubs, but it's also for the benefit of the national sports federations, because it's in their interest as well that their members are developed, innovative as well. And of course, we also see this as a benefit to our sports society as well, because if a club decides to do this online course, and if he, for example, decides to develop or create like a volunteering sector, this will create like new opportunities for youth or different people who would like to join the sports movement as well, and this will be a great like a stepping stone for any person to get into this sports field. And I think that's the.
Thank you. And Anders?
We also bring home the online course, of course, and then we also bring home the possibilities to make a project together across Europe, and that's why we hopefully will engage in the next project you are doing in Engso as well. And we are very delighted that we have a full online course for the sports federations and the clubs, and we think it's very valuable to discuss how to innovate and start that discussion and that process in our sports clubs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. So on that note, how will you in DIF plan to reach out with the online course in your sport club and in your network?
We have two main roads. The first road is to push the big button and send it out to all the clubs.
Newsletter?
Yeah, newsletter, Facebook, Instagram, all the social media we have, we're going to push the big button. And the second road is to work with the sports federations and discuss with them how can we bring out the online course and the models separately.
Yeah.
We have many of the sports federations were asking us, please, can we split the models so we can bring it into club services, education programs, and that kind of stuff. And hopefully we can use each model for each sports federation for each club. And we hopefully get some impact from that.
I'm sure we will. It's really great. Great work. And so do you see any challenges with implementing the course, Ronald? Or how will you work with really reaching out to sport clubs in your country with the tool?
So we are also very fortunate that our members are the national sports federations whose members than are the sports clubs. So we will use a similar tactic than Anders said. We're going to push the big button as well and send it to all of the sports clubs. But as I remember yesterday in our partners meeting, we talked also that we will try to find like an ambassador, or like a sports club who could advocate this online course as well, and maybe just also share their experience of how this online course has actually helped them to improve in different sections of their organization. And I think that's a great tool and for other clubs to listen to, because they will listen to their peer organizations.
Great. And yeah, go ahead, Linda, of course.
Also in our case, we will try to push the button, but I think that we also need other strategy to reach the clubs. Because with the experience that we have, and we had also, for example, with the survey, in our case, for example, we called them by phone, and in many cases, we filled in the questionnaire also because many of them say they do not have time even to fill in the questionnaire. So I think it's very important to approach them to explain why it can be so important this during this course, what can give to them, which is something. I mean, they need to understand what's the value of that instead of, for example, asking for money and investing something. It's like giving them some money in a way, some budget, with something which is more even more valuable because it's ready and it's based on the needs. So I think what we will do will be also using peers, so addressing these sport clubs, making them understand the value of the course for them and trying it actually, so that they become ambassadors with their peers and the others. So we will try this strategy.
Nice. And Linda, do you think there will be any challenges with reaching out? We all know that we don't live in a perfect world. So what would you think would be the challenges that you need to work through over to reach out? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that one of the comment will be for sure that they do not have time to do the course, or they will ask why they should do the course, why it can be important. So I think that one of the challenges for us will be spending time actually in making them understood the importance of that. Also, like we said before, I mean, we need to imagine working with the sports club, for example, in a village. I come from a very small village, so when I think about the challenge, the first thing that comes to my mind is if I go to one of these sport clubs, what they will say. So we will arrange a strategy according, also thinking about them in suburb areas, and then it will be easier with people who are more like used to do this kind of courses. So not saying it will be easy. Will not be easy for sure, also in this period, because many clubs know they have more priorities, and they tell these priorities, so it's not something they hide. But I think dialogue is communication is very, very important. So staying with them and understanding together why these kind of things are important.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Anders, please go ahead.
The Danish translation is a little bit academic, so we have to read it through again and then adjust it for the sports clubs. Many of our clubs are asking, what can you do for me? And they cannot take this course before we have do some adjustments at the language.
Yeah, so we have some work still.
Yeah, we hope so.
Yeah.
I can just mention about the challenges is that we somehow have to explain to the sports clubs that they need to develop and innovate, because many of them are in stagnation and they don't see it. They don't see that they have a problem there. And I know that for one club I asked as well, then what problems do you see in your sports club? And they said not enough members. But that's not a problem. Well, that's not a solution so.
Do you want to overcome that? Yeah.
Yeah, just to explain them what is the right way and that they need to take the next steps.
Yeah. So now I would like to open up the floor as well. I have a couple of more questions, but I would like, of course, to integrate the audience here. Anyone? Yes, Ugne, please. I'm going to hand the microphone to you, and I will hand it back again. I get lot of steps today. That's good.
Thank you, Lovisa. I think one of the questions which is still very interesting and important is the monitoring of the results, especially with sport innovation. I think sport innovation is such a difficult field to monitor and to see if the result is effective, because you cannot see that this club is more innovative than another one, and etc. Did you have any discussions with partners about that? Any findings, any interesting theories, how to actually see if the clubs are going and going into innovation area, or maybe you have it already in your national areas, national countries, something similar? It would be very interesting to hear.
Thanks. Any volunteers? Let's go ahead.
First of all, we have put the online course into our e-learning platform, so we can see how many who's taken the course, and we can see how many people who's finishing the course. That's the first step. And then we're hopefully going to have this discussion with the sports federations and say, when you're using this course, come back 6 months later, 1 year later, and say what is going on in the meantime. So hopefully we can have some impact studies about that. But first of all, we can see how many is taken and how many is finish the online course from our platform.
So we will probably use as well our national federations, because they are also being the ones that are really interested to receive this online course to spread it towards their sports clubs, and it's also in their interest to receive feedback from them as well, and also just to see how they have used this online course to make them more innovative and more developed. And I think that would be great also evaluation tool just to receive feedback from the national federations on the scope of all of the sports clubs. And also two of the national federations also told that they would like to do like a multiplier sports event as well on the online course, again just to explain for all of the sports clubs actually what are the benefits for each module, what can you learn there, and go from there.
Perfect.
Yeah, we will use for sure also we can see how many people will use the platform. We will also use our channel to spread it, so it will be easier to follow this process. But I think first we will start by identifying some specific sport clubs, and so we will go back to them and talk to them and understand if was beneficial for them, if they would like to improve something. So trying also to have these feedbacks on the path. And I think the first one we will start with will be exactly the one we involved since the beginning and during the multiplier sport event. And then we will go further.
Thank you. Yes, Ivana, please. It's for the live streaming? It's for the live streaming. We need to include all.
This is just a short question. Is there a certificate at the end when you take the course?
Sorry.
Is there at the end of this online course, is there something for me as participant that I took the course or certificate or something like that? Because the question is, just to follow up on that, why I should take, why that course is so good for me instead of a different one?
The course itself. Sorry, Thomas, perhaps you would like to. Okay, no. So no certificates, because we decided actually to make this an open course, so you don't have to log in. So that's actually a technical solution there. So we could have chosen to ask the participants on the online course to log in using the email, and then we could have had a diploma, but we actually chose to make it more open. So you don't have to give you don't have to identify yourself. That's why we actually cannot send a diploma, but we have a really nice video saying congratulations and so on. So that's what we have. Thank you. Any more questions from the audience?
I have one, Lisa.
Yes.
Thanks, everybody, for the comments you made on how to implement. And this is the difficult phase. I mean, now we have a product, an online course, who has top class in many senses. I think it's important that every country and every organization make their analysis. And now we have seen 3 analyses, well, general analysis from your side, but every country and organization have to do their homework and find out the best way to implement this in your country. Having said that, I think what you raised, Ronald, was relevant. I think it's important to persuade the national federations, sport federations, and as members in our different confederation sports, that they feel this is important and relevant. And you need to listen to them on how to adapt the course. So they feel it's relevant for triathlon and for volleyball and to beach volley. So it isn't a course who is too general. I think that's important. And some federations might say, no, we're fine with this, while others will say we need to have more looking like triathlon. Then we can implement this in all our 50 triathlon federations or clubs in our country. And that takes some work and that takes some time, but we need to be sustainable. Because over the years the big sports have made so many projects, developed many courses, and content that we haven't been really eager enough to let time pass how to implement it. And it starts here, I think, because we all are involved in many sports organizations on the national level. So we need to do that homework and be really sustainable and maintain the work over time. Having said that, from the 3 of you, your comments on my comments, please.
Comments on the comments. Who would like to start? Now I'm stepping on that trap.
I totally agree with you. I've seen a lot of projects, and it's true. It's very important to think about sustainability. I think we already started to think about that, because it's not only at the end of the project that we need to think about that. Actually, I think what has been said today, it's very relevant. So, like Lovisa said, it's not the final conference, but it's that we begin again to do something. Indeed, we've already discussed with some project. We also applied a follow-up of the project. But I think, it's true that now we need to work a lot to work on the course and to spread it, but not only on that, also because when we think about the project and something, we have an idea, we can think about the best project in the world, and then we need to take into consideration the reality, the context, which is a very changing context. This is not only due to COVID, but in general, when we think about projects, then things change. So we will think about sustainable solution to go on, but there's a lot of work that we need to do to make it really effective, and to think about also to the last club working at the grassroots level. So thank you for the comments, and I think it's very, very relevant.
I totally agree, and we have started the process with the sports federations, for they have to push it into the club service and education programs. But on the other side, it's a fully online course, and that's quite new for us in Denmark. So we want to push it, digitalization. And then we have some meetings with the communication department, and we're asking them, how can you get this out for us? And that's the other part. We think we're going to try it, and we're going to try it very hard that way, because the online world is just beginning at the moment. So we have to try that way also.
I completely agree with everything that has been just said. Of course. Yeah. But yeah, as already Linda mentioned, that this is a new beginning, and we can all agree that this project has been an innovation itself, and this online course as well. And we have been talking as well with our communication team as well, how we can implement as well the online course within our website, because it's really many, like all of the national sports federations and sports clubs actually attend our website, and that's also a great way how to communicate with them. And also the tool is, online course is also kind of an idea as well, just to push it towards the sports federations, because not many of them, not all sports clubs have started talking about innovation. So this is kind of a great physical material to move this idea of innovation in the country. And also explaining how this benefits the whole sports society.
Great. I think that's a great end for this panel. And I would like, please give a hand to the panel. And I actually want to give you something. And all the speakers will get a small present. But now I have them in my hand. Thank you very much. You will get pink as well. Tack. And I will also like to bring up Anne and Andrea and Theodora, but I don't think we have Theodora here, so she will get her box a little bit later on. Thank you so much for a nice presentation. Thank you. And I would actually like the rest of the partners to please stand up so everyone can give you a hand as well, because this project really has been a great partnership. Woo! Yes, thank you all of the partners. It's time. I think it's time now to get a bit emotional. It's been a really great journey, and as I mentioned already in the beginning of the project, it wouldn't have been possible without you. So I really enjoyed working in this project, and I think actually that this conference really gives it justice. I think we had a great afternoon today, and then yeah, thanks a lot to everyone. So you can sit down now. Okay, so it's time to wrap up this afternoon, and I think what a better way than doing that together with your colleagues, as I did just now. But of course, I not only want to thank the partners, I also want to thank the host. Lithuanian Sport University and Lithuanian Union of Sport Federations. Again, thanks a lot for hosting us here in this beautiful city. And I also want to thank the European Commission, of course, through the Erasmus Plus Sport program, because we had the chance actually to do this project, to get the funding for it. So we're really happy about that. And I also want to thank ENGSO, of course, for giving me the opportunity of working with this project, because it's been an amazing journey and I've learned so very much. And yes, I think my ending words should be, it's up to you now. It's really up to you now. It's you need to start go out there and innovate, and please use our tool to do that. So thank you, everyone. Oh. It's a bit slow. So.
1, 2, 3. Before you get too emotional, we know that project actually finishes November 30, but having all the, I say, friends in the room, Lovisa, and you received so many spontaneous thank yous already, I would like, on behalf of ENGSO, I think on behalf of everybody, say thank you to you. Energy, charisma, engagement, combined with structure, professionalism, and competence. Oh. The way you've led today's conference, I think, illustrates the capacity of Lovisa, I think. The way I told Marie, I think she learned everything by heart. You never used your script because you had it here. You were so well prepared, and you really have it here as well. So dedicated with the work. So for me, you're a dream project manager.
Oh my God.
Can I say that? Because you are. Because you are. If you knew how often we talk about you, Louise, saying, she is really great. She is really great. And we mean every word with that. So
okay, I'm gonna...
on behalf of everybody, really everybody, for your work in Champ. And this is not the last thing you're doing for ENGSO, by the way, but I will say that. What you've done for Champ is really, really superb. So a big thank you from me and everybody in the room, I think. Thank you very much.
Wow. I don't know what to say. Thanks a lot, everyone. And now it's actually time to have a mingle. So at 6:45, there's a mingle out there in the hall. And of course, we invite everyone to mingle around, have some finger foods, and actually drink a glass of wine as well. So yes, thank you, everyone. Or you're not, sorry. I'm going to hand over to Marie.
Just some practical information.
Breakfast will be served tomorrow between 7 and 10. At 8:15, we will offer a walking tour. So everyone that's interested for that, I think it's a walk to the historical part of Vilnius. Meet in the reception at 8:15. If the rain is pouring down, it will be cancelled. But otherwise, we will go for this walking tour, 8:15. If you didn't register today, you can do it tomorrow. We start the registration at 10 o'clock, and then the European Sport Platform starts at 11. That was all. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Inimestele meeldib käia siin sellepärast, et saab uisutada. Siseruumis ka talvel, lisaks saab ennast uisudel välja elada ja siin on alati lõbus seltskond koos, kes hoolib ja aitab.
Kui ma kolisin Tallinnasse, siis ma otsisin trenni, kuhu tulla ja siis Tervi tundus nagu tore koht.
See on selline hea ajaviide, mis on natuke mentosport, aga tegelikult on rohkem nagu fun ja proovida enda nagu võimalusi, et nagu, mis ma teha suudan.
Meil on teretulnud põhimõtteliselt kõik vanused 16+, mehed, naised, igast rahvusest. Meie trend toimub inglise keeles. Me saame aru, et on täiesti normaalne, et kõik arenevad omas tempos, kellelegi ei panda pinget peale. Me oleme alati üksteise suhtes toetavad ja kui kellelgi on mingi mure või midagi, me üritame alati seda lahendada.
Meil ei ole siin nagu tasemeid, et tegelikult kõik saavad olla, kes nad tahavad olla ja suudavad. Et meil ongi plaanis, et treenerid vahetuvad, et kõik saab proovida treeneri kogemust.
Roller derby on ka selline spordiala, kus kõigile on tegemist. Roller derby mängudel siis on inimesed ka, kes näiteks peavad punkte kirja panema.
Seal on vaja väga palju vabatahtlikuid, et meil on isegi lihtsalt sõbrad tuttavad on tihtipeale kaasatud. Põhiline, mis hoiabki koos, on see, et kõik me oleme omamoodi inimesed ja me oleme kõik leidnud endale hea koha siin olla. Et kui saab teha ikkagi kontaktsporti, siis see on rock'n'roll 8 rattal.
Hello, my name is Dirk Michelsons. I'm one of the co-founders and one of the staff members in football school Meta. We work every day together with 30 very professional colleagues, and every week we train and educate more than 700 football players, boys and girls. And we are located in Riga and Riga district. We started just a grassroots club with kids and youngsters, but in these 14 years we grew as a club, and right now we have teams and trainings groups from under 4 till the highest division team. And also in year 2011 we started to build a girls football system. Our activity is directed to improve Latvian football system. Of course, our target group is kids, youngsters, and also amateurs, and also their parents, grandparents who are attracted to football. We see that football is not just a game, but also a lifestyle and also a tool where we can educate the next generation of Latvian society. If we speak about our vision, then we want to be the leading football club in Latvia and also recognized in Europe that we are those who can develop high-ranked football players, not just for Latvian market, but also for abroad clubs. Of course, besides sports results, there are many things what football can give to kids, youngsters, and amateurs. And we always see in football the potential educated professionals for our society, for our city, for our country, and also for the world. Of course, to be successful, it's not an easy thing. We think that one of the key factors was that we managed to attract to the club system very good professionals. We are a good team which is working every day side by side and sharing many ideas and our experience. And of course, we also all believe that clubs, three pillars, that is football, family, and education, are those who can help to develop the system on the field and also off the field.